Good evening and welcome to tonight's governing board meeting. Let the record show that all 5 members are present and we do have a quorum. Mrs. Sagata-Jones, do you have any changes or recommendations for the agenda?
Good evening, Madam President. No, not at this time.
Okay. Do we have a motion to accept the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Bartels?
Aye.
Mrs. Wilson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please join me in a moment of silence, followed by the pledge. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are at item 3, executive session.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, we will go into executive session in accordance with ARSS 38341, discussion consultation with attorneys of the public body to consider its position and instruct its attorneys regarding the public body's position related to pending or contemplated litigation. At this time, we will exit. If you'll turn off your mics, and we will enter into the conference room for the presentation.
Do we need a motion?
I'll move to go to exec session.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We are in executive session. Okay, do we have a motion to resume our meeting?
I'll move to resume.
I'll second.
Mrs. Smith, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Bartels?
Aye.
Mrs. Wilson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Meeting is back in session.
Madam President,
Please.
yes. Minute for appointment privilege. We've been out of, we didn't have our working,
Yeah, it is.
and so, can address everything that. So at our last meeting, and I think, the meeting had been adjourned. At the end of the meeting, and so, Mr. Martinez. But he was surprised that. So I wanted to address. Conference to the governing board what they learned at that conference. And attend
Thank you for the clarification. We are on for call to the public. One email. I will read this to you. It is from, well, she says who it is. Good evening, Board President and members of the board. My name is Jane Sitzer, and I am writing to you as a concerned teacher regarding the reopening of in-person school. Like most of my colleagues, I share the same opinion of being back in the classroom. However, it is impossible to socially distance students and follow all the guidelines from the CDC. In Arizona, our schools are drastically underfunded, and we do not possess the manpower, the money, or the infrastructure to maintain a safe and healthy environment free from COVID. Schools across the U.S. have opened only to shut down to quarantine their students and staff. The numbers have dropped in Arizona because people have limited their exposure to each other by social distancing. Once we open up, the numbers will increase, like it proved back in May. We will go through a second wave only to shut things down again. We cannot realistically implement social distancing protocols with our students to keep everyone safe, as well as other safety measures from the CDC. Students have adjusted to the routines of the virtual distance learning world. We need to continue on the distance learning path. To change now and to transition everyone back to in-person with a possibility of having to go back to distance again would not be what's best for our students and their learning. Learning gaps can be made up in after-school tutoring and summer school programs. Much is known regarding how this horrific illness and the impact it will have physically from person to person in the long term. I fear what COVID could do to our students and the damage it would do to a hopeful future. A human life far outweighs academic delays that can be made up through tutoring or summer school. In Glendale, the message has been sent that all employees are valued, from janitors, bus drivers, teachers, nurses, cafeteria workers, campus monitors, administrations, education assistants, office staff, maintenance, and admin. Each worker contributes to student learning, Without one worker, it is difficult for a school to function as a whole. It is in everyone's best interest to keep our students home for distance learning until it is deemed safe by the experts. Sincerely yours, Jane Sitzer.
Madam President, I would like to ask for a point of privilege again. Although our mics are on, we are indicating that we may not be heard. So could we take a 5-minute recess to make sure that everybody in the public can hear us?
Yes.
Thank you. We need to.
Do we have a motion for a 5-minute recess?
Move to take a recess.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved. We will take a 5-minute recess.
I got a text saying they couldn't hear.
Okay, do we have a motion to reconvene our meeting?
Move to reconvene.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Meeting has reconvened.
Madam President, I would like to ask for a point of privilege.
Please, yes.
Yes. Our apologies. We were having technical difficulties. So I asked for a point of privilege as part of my superintendent's report. I have a lengthy superintendent's report, but I wanted to address the first part of it now. So at the last governing board meeting, August 13th, at the end of that meeting, the meeting had been adjourned, and then when we do our recordings, we have a 10-second delay. So the microphones were off, but there was a 10-second delay, and I believe one mic was left on. But there was a 10-second delay, and right at the end of that meeting, once it was adjourned, Mr. Martinez had thanked us for happy we use the notepads that are recycled. And then he said, but he was surprised to find that there was a marijuana flyer in it. And then at that time, our 10-second delay had ended, and nobody else heard the rest of the conversation. So we do use the notepads. We do recycle them. There was a marijuana flyer. Actually, it was Marijuana and Your Youth, and it was a county conference of concern, and it was actually for parents and students to attend. So we did have former employees attend that conference, and then when they were at that conference, they came back and it was presented at the governing board meeting. So yes, there was a flyer. Yes, someone attended. And yes, it was recorded at a board meeting. I just want to make sure that the public understood, because they didn't hear the rest of the conversation, that it wasn't something that was said because mics were off and it was some sort of joke. It was reality. We recycle, there was a flyer, and then the flyer, actually, as I stated before, was due to a conference. So we have put protocols in place so that, yes, we will continue to use recycled notepads, but we will ensure that after every meeting that we are taking out any information that should be left in there. So thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Moving on, we are at item 5, the consent agenda. Are there any items that any board members would like pulled?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Bartels?
Aye.
Mrs. Wilson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Consent agenda passes. Item 6, reports and informational items.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, we have some revisions to the following regulations provided by the Governing Board's Review and Information. You see them in front of you. There is one on sexual harassment, Title IX sexual harassment, which is new, personal security and safety, professional support, staff sick leave, student dress, visitors to schools. There are some changes and edits that we need to bring to your attention, and at this time, I will hand it over to Ms. Valadez to walk you through those.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent. There's a few policies here that we need to go through, and I'll go through the ones that apply starting with the ACA-R sexual harassment. These policies came to us on August 3rd. We received word of them, notifying us of changes that have to go into effect August 14th. It's all around Title IX compliance issues and new wording that's coming out. As soon as we received word, we started doing whatever we could right away. There's a lot of requirements with this new Title IX compliance. You have to have a Title IX coordinator, who will now be Melissa Mars, is our Title IX coordinator, as well as our HR coordinator. We had to have information posted on the website. I don't know if you've seen that yet, but the information is posted. It was very clear on what we needed to do. We did as much as we could with consulting with legal counsel, and some of it's in progress, will be coming. You now have to have exact people in place to follow the guidelines when a formal complaint comes your way. There has to be a decision maker. There has to be an investigator. There has to be an appeals officer. All of these are part of the requirements now with the new Title IX compliance. The ACA-R kind of takes you through the process. ACAA-R is new. That's a brand new one for us on that one, and we have not currently had that one. That pretty much goes into detail of what I was just sharing with you as far as all the different components. It's very clear of what we have to do in order to be in compliance. We have to have a training. Our training right now is scheduled for September 19th. We will be trained, Dr. Lafitte's team, as well as the leadership team of HR. We are all going to be doing the training with legal counsel to ensure we're in compliance. It really is going to be a team effort in the sense that ACAA is really more with the student part of sexual harassment, student with student, and filing formal complaints, and if it gets to the formal complaint stage. The brief overview discussion I had with legal counsel she explained it this way. ACA is really more with the employee and the workplace sexual harassment. ACAA deals more with student-to-student sexual harassment, because if it is a teacher-student situation, that really comes almost under a whole different umbrella if there were to be an allegation that way. So we're going to be trained. We will be getting out the information. We have what we have in place right now on the website. You can see ACA-R. There's not a lot of changes to our current one, just a few changes of recommendations there. As you look at ACAA-R, that is all brand new. That's why you don't see any changes into it. That is all the new policy around Title IX compliance and making sure we are dealing with, handling sexual harassment complaints in a very strategic, aligned way, and that we're making sure we're doing that. We have a whole little, not a little, but we have a website now that people can actually just go straight to a Title IX to file their complaint. It will come straight into Ms. Mars, and that we can get the ball rolling that way. And as we go through our training, that training will have to be posted as well. The document that came out is over 2,000 pages. That is why, luckily, I or Dr. Lafitte are not having to read the document, and legal counsel has sorted through the document and will be providing that training to us because there's a ton of information in there. So at this point, we've done as much as we can to be in compliance since the ruling went into effect August 14th, and we should have the other components that we have to have once we take our training in September. That's ACA and ACAA.
I just share with our other board members, they had a session in the law conference today on this. It's pretty simple, what was going on. But if you want more information on the Title IX, you can watch that conference so you know what's going on here and the different changes that happen. And like what Ms. Valadis was talking about, having your Title IX, whatever director or point of contact, those type of things were mentioned in it today.
I'll keep rolling here. Next one that I can talk about is, let's see, the GBGB-R. Truly, if you look at that one, you can see really the most of the changes were to take away the word cloth and just have the words face coverings in there as you look through those. And then they added some language there just about the age limits.
Can I ask some questions on our regulation that we have here? And then it'll come with the other ones that are going to come behind it. So on page 2 of that one, where it says, when it went from face coverings, and then in the thing it says, in any district facility, at any district event, whether indoors or outdoors, and in the outdoors, I have a question about why we have that in there. And then also underneath it, there's that A, and it says children under the age of 2 are listed on there. And, when I go and I look at the City of Glendale ordinance and I look at the Maricopa County, both of them have the age of 6 on there. And then, and then it goes under, in the first blue section, it says, students under the age of 5 are not required to wear face coverings. And my other thing is, why does it say, students? Can it just say children in our regulation instead of students?
Question?
Question, why is our regulation written the way it is instead of, with the regulations that, or the things that are out in the county?
So let me address the age. On the age, children under the age of 2 should not be worn, and that's CDC. Students under the age of 5 are not required, so that's the difference on that one. Some of them, the other verbiage is what we took from legal counsel. We can address that also with, as far as the indoor-outdoor, I believe, and we can clarify, because within the executive order from the governor, it states when you're on in a public school that you have to wear the face covering. That's questions we have sent to legal counsel, because also, as we have been looking at the health metrics and you look at the different models, the question, one part of it says that when you're in the hybrid model of yellow, I'm talking health metrics, that you wear a mask. But when you get to green, from what has been shared from ADHS, you don't have to wear the mask. So I sought legal counsel on that, and legal counsel says because within the executive order, the governor says in a public building, when you must wear the mask. That's in his executive order. So that probably could be why the wording is there. And then as far as the city of Glendale, it's within the question would be that the county now is turning green. Why do we have to wear the mask still? And that, again, in the proclamation goes back to the governor's executive order. So any other language in there, we can, again, get clarification if we need to.
Any other questions on that one? Okay, the next one, GCCA-RA. At this time, the only change on that policy is the hourly rate for after 10 years of continuous service. It changed from $11.25 to $15 an hour. And the reason for that is that $11.25 was based on our daily substitute rate of pay when we had it at $90 an hour. Our new daily rate of pay for substitutes that was approved is $120 an hour. So that's where the $15 came from. At this time, that's the only amount. If you looked at it, there were other amounts. That's the only amount that we are recommending the change, and that's just to phase in the process and honoring those with longevity. And then we can keep looking to see if we're able to afford to make other changes as we go.
Could you just address that very last paragraph of the leave buyback or payout for those 55 and over, where they have a non-elective contribution into a specified 403B plan or post-retirement incurred medical expenses plan? And I know we've gone over this before, but for the sake of Mr. Martinez and maybe some other new employees out there that would like to know the reasoning behind that.
Would you like to share, Mr. Berrigan?
Madam President, members of the board, Member Wilson, I believe it was if my memory serves me correctly, I believe it was in 2012 that the district, the governing board, approved of this policy. Part of that reasoning for that was when a employee leaves the school district, the district pays out those eligible accrued times. What had happened was, in a way to conserve money, was that it allowed the employee and the district to save the Social Security portion of that. And so at the time, they felt that $2,000 and I believe $55, once you've met that it would automatically go into that type of account. And it was a cost-saving measure for both the district and the employee.
Cost-saving measure as far as the Social Security?
Right. I believe it's about 6.2%, give or take. The district would save that portion, and so would the employee. And I believe there's maybe a little bit more, but conceptually, the idea was that the district and the employee would be saving that portion because it was going straight to that TSA.
Thank you. All right, student dress.
And I don't think I addressed the language on that one. The other question I believe Board Member Smith said was children under the age of 2, and then we switched to students. And just a reminder, because we do have students under the age of 5, it's our preschool students.
And the student dress is very similar to the staff language. And then same with the visitors to schools as well.
And ironically, I watched a seminar or a session today from the law conference that spoke to this element, and the reason we saw so many that it was just looked like it was the same thing over and over again is because they're all in different policies. So in order to make sure that everything is addressed, they had to go through and get every single one of those policies and readjust them.
And that's all of our policies for tonight. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments about the policies? Okay, moving on to item 6B.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board. As we stated last time when we were planning for this board meeting, we wanted to we still, as we are working our way, navigating through the pandemic, we also need to continue the work here within the organization. So at this time of the year is when we would typically present the strategic plan. Our strategic plan is a living document. It's from 2020 to 2025. It's a year-long plan. So with that, we're going to do the presentation. For my team's going to present as well as I will present, and I will be the official clicker so that we're not passing the clicker. So if we will begin, if I know how to work a clicker. There we go. Okay, So the goals within the strategic plan are identified up there for you. We have goal 1 is student academic success. Goal 2, stewardship of resources. Goal 3, staff and student well-being. Goal 4 is employee quality. And then goal 5 is family and community partnerships. So we will begin with the update where we are with student academic success, and I will turn that over to Dr. Jerry Peterson in Carvalho.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. We have done a lot in the last year on student academic success, and so some of the things that we have implemented, as you can see, is what we call a balanced assessment system. So things like having universal screeners for grade levels, a benchmark system throughout the school year that aligns with now AZM2. We have things called rolling assessments, which are for the younger students that are done one-on-one in reading and math, and we have what are called quarterly formative assessments in kindergarten through second grade that specifically target reading comprehension and writing. We also monitored and supported the implementation of teaching and learning cycle with collaborative teams, and we do that through educational services, going to school sites, sitting with collaborative teams with the administration and achievement advisors, and coaching through that cycle of teaching and learning. Then we also monitored what we call a multi-tiered system of support. You'll hear Dr. Lafitte talk about that as well, because it's both in academic column, and then it's also in behavior column too. So we want to make sure that we have a full 3-tiered system, and so we really worked hard this last year to make sure that full 3-tiered system is in place. And we focused a lot this last year specifically on what we call our problem of practice. And as a district, we identified that problem of practice was teaching and learning within reading literacy. And what would we do about it? And so that is something that came about, actually, I remember it was January last year in a big meeting, and we looped it out with a lot of people, different stakeholders, and we're like, yes, it's reading instruction and reading learning in our district. So, and we created structures in place to deal with that. Some of our successes that are really evident was, as you know, in the spring of 2019, we were recognized as a model PLC district in Arizona. We're currently the only model PLC district in Arizona. Discovery Elementary School in the summer of 2020 became a model PLC school, recognized as that, and we have a couple others on the docket to be recognized as that too, so we're very excited about that. And we were recognized as being granted the Verizon Innovative Learning Schools at 4 of our schools for this school year, which you saw also celebrated through our partnership on the Glendale news station a week ago. Comprehensive trainings, we always have a new teacher induction program that gets tighter and tighter with this being strategic with our professional learning every single year. Because of our problem of practice with reading instruction, we are now putting in place structures to help with our phonics, phonemic awareness, and things like that with reading instruction. Continuous school improvement, because it's never done. That will always be, that we always want to do better. And then, of course, like I just said, the multi-tiered systems of support for academics and for behavior. And then, Ms. Sagata-Jones, would you hit the clicker? And as you know, and what we present every year, usually I would be presenting data to you around this time too, but that didn't happen last spring. But just as a reminder, in 2015-16, we started off with about 4 Ds labeled schools, with 3 B labeled schools. And in the last iteration of the letter grades, we have 0 Ds and 6 Bs, and the rest are C's in our district right now. So that's definitely on the right trajectory. Distance learning, as you know, as we all know, began in March 2020, and we are definitely seeing teachers are even more connected with students now than they were even in March last year. So everybody's getting better and better with this distance learning. Related Arts are creating videos that are going to be shared through a website as well that are quite engaging, which is really exciting. As you know, Glendale Elementary Online, or GEO Learning, planning started in May and it was awarded in late summer 2020. And right now we have things that are going on, as you know, Google Classroom, Google Meets, GEO Learning, all of that's being utilized to make sure that teaching and learning is happening with our students and our families in school.
Questions regarding this section?
Oh, yeah, I always have questions. I would like to go under that first slide in this section where it said, the quarterly formative assessments in kindergarten through second grade. I understand that. But things have changed with the requirements from the state where, we had to come in at the beginning of this school year and make sure that we had assessments within the first 6 weeks of school. And, so to me, if we're going to have a goal, I would want to make sure that we have those assessments and that as a board that it comes back to us and we understand where the gap is, at some point. So, I mean, is there a plan for us to know where we are and how our education has gone from, the spring until now?
Yes, Board Member Smith and members of the board. What you see here is a reflection of what's happened this last year. Now, going from this fall forward is, for lack of a better term, I see it as like the new year of the strategic plan. So with the new year of the strategic plan, with the new executive orders, you are correct. Move on when reading, that legislation did not change. So we still have to give our reading assessment for K-3 before October 1st. So that will be coming in a virtual manner and remote manner very soon. And then also we have to give a universal screener to our students as well per the governor's executive order. So that is coming very shortly as well. If you can imagine, even though they give the 6-week deadline and we will meet that 6-week deadline, the validity and reliability that goes into taking an assessment virtually at a home environment there's a lot of concerns with that, and I don't want to say to combat that. That sounds a little negative, but to rectify that, it takes a lot of things that we don't have control over. I can't control if a parent helps a student at home in that manner. I can't control that, and so we're putting together the structures and strategies that we will do our best to do our due diligence with that, but the Move On When Reading assessment and the universal screeners will be implemented and be given before October 1st.
So I guess my question before we can continue, so I don't have a billion questions for you, which I will anyhow, is so if you're just saying this is what you've done, but we're also saying that this is a living document, so what are we having on our living document? Is it only this page right here that we have in front of us, which is the living document where it just says strategies provide curriculum and instructions, correct? And are we going over this too to combine them?
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board, if I may. So we are giving you the update on the strategic plan, as Dr. Peterson said, what has occurred. What is occurring now is all of the executive team, as well as the administrators and the course teachers, are creating their new goals for the 2021 school year. So when we get to see, in particular, when I get to my goals, you'll see that I've addressed what you're asking about, the gap that could have occurred, as well as Dr. Pearson has submitted his goals to me, and those goals, again, identify how we're going to combat this gap we've seen with COVID-19. So once everybody submits their goals, then we sit down again and look at the strategic plan, and again, a living document, and we'll make those adjustments. Yes.
Okay, and then I have one more comment on this section. So this is on the second slide in the last bullet, and it said that you focus professional learning on solving a problem, of practice, and then you said you created and implemented, a plan for increasing reading literacy district-wide. Now, I know that you guys do a good job of finding, the data and what things need to be, focused on. But I feel as a board that we need to be a little more in the know of what's going on. And I know that you bring us the A, B's, and C's of the district. You should tell us what's going on with the with our benchmarks. You do a good job of that. But I feel like as a board we need to see all the data, that and why you're coming up with it, and if all stakeholders are a part of this goal too. Do we feel, are we getting the input of our parents? That way we could say, oh, this is a really good goal, but have you gone to your parents and asked them, what they feel is missing, from their children's education? And that's really what I've been trying to push, with the strategic plan, is that the board is part of the strategic plan, and which we really haven't, been, that detailed, with you, and I feel that that we should as a board. I mean, it's not going into the weeds, from the board. It's us getting all the information that we need so that we know that when we're making votes and we're voting on a budget, that's where that we want our focus, going on in the future, that we want a reading specialist, for, human resources. And that's where, where we, I feel that we need just a little bit more information as a board.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, duly noted. Obviously, I think that we will definitely talk more about how deep you want that data, because it's there. I mean, we obviously go through a lot of data. We are definitely data rich, and so we can talk about what the appropriate amount of data that you want, so that you can see the problem solving process as well, not just the data itself, but then the problem solving process as well.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll go into goal number 2. And stewardship of resources, and Mr. Berrigan will lead us through that.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Sagata Jones. Stewardship of resources. Glendale has maintained healthy budget balance carry forward in both the maintenance and operation and unrestricted capital funds. Being fiscally conservative has allowed the district to absorb those reductions in revenues as a direct result of the decreased enrollment. Maintaining budget flexibility in order to adapt to the unpredictable changes in state revenue to ensure sustainability of fiscal resources and programs. Monitor and review M&O and capital budget expenditures. I can tell you that we do that on a weekly basis. Review budget development, implementation of appropriate systems and effective program evaluations. In 2018, our voters approved of the maintenance and operation override, which was an extension of the existing override, and that generates about $9.3 million. That goes to directly support that academic gains and provide that program stability. Superintendent Sagata Jones, if you'd go to the next slide, please. The other piece that's critical is really the self-insurance trust. In 2013, I believe we had about $2.4 million. We've been able to really become solvent in that area. And that's really because of the prudent management of the trust board. There have been 3 primary factors that contributed to the solvency of our self-insurance. The first one is the restructuring of premiums design, and I believe that was in 2014 when that first occurred. the plan design, which has been an ongoing development every year thereafter, and really the way that we process and the way that we pay our insurance. I think it's fair to say and fairly accurate to say that when you look at the premiums, they've been pretty stable over the last 7 years. And that could not have been done without the work that was done back in 2014. And so kudos to the trust board for that. We continue to focus on meeting the capital needs of the district. As you well know, in November of 2018, voters approved a $35 million bond to address the capital needs, including structural and new construction and or renovations, equipment, safety and security necessities. And later on our agenda, I'm going to briefly talk a little bit about that and elaborate further. $9 million has been sold, and we anticipate an additional sale of $9 million in the new calendar year. So please know that in January we'll come with additional approval by the board. We've applied for building renewal grants to the school facilities board, provided one-to-one devices to students, whether through Chromebooks or iPads. The weatherization of various school sites, including the district office, support center, roofing, paving, replacement of HVAC, and draining. We're beginning to address the flooring needs throughout the district, the replacement of carpet in primary classrooms, and anticipate completing the remaining intermediate classrooms this summer. And again, that's going to be with that $9 million that we hope to sell in January. We installed a comprehensive security system at all sites, including district office and support center, and added intercom systems to all sites. Again, there's more to come on that. You will know the installation of electronic marquees at all sites, including the district office and support center. We've completed renovations of various sites, including the district office and support center, to address security concerns, cafeteria kitchen upgrades, provide additional office conference space, preschool relocation. We've purchased transportation vehicles, and some of that has occurred because of bond dollars. The textbook adoption. So a couple of years ago now, we did a textbook adoption because it's very needed, and we need to address and provide the support to our educational and services department so that we can continue with that academic achievement. Approximately 93% of our families qualify for free and reduced meals. We currently implement the community eligibility program with 15 of the 17 schools do not charge for students for breakfast or lunch. That wasn't the case 7 years ago. We have moved in this direction so that we could truly be a resource to our community, ensure that students are not going hungry. In addition, 10 of the 17 sites have been awarded the fruit and vegetable grant. Every student, twice a week at those sites, is provided fresh fruit and vegetables. Between mid-March, which March was when we shut down, and the first week of August, our food and nutrition, who have been out there since day one, nonstop, have provided approximately 584,770 breakfast and lunch meals to our students and our community. And I think that's something that we should be definitely proud of.
Do we still have buses that go to the neighborhoods of the students that can't get over to the school?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Sagata Jones, Member Wilson, the answer is yes. We strategically, in addition to the curbside meals that we do at all 17 schools, we strategically identified bus routes that had a lot of students, and so we strategically deploy both transportation employees and food and nutrition employees at those sites and continue to hand out those meals. So again, not just at our 17 schools, but at various bus routes so that we can continue to feed our students, our communities.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, in addition to just not through our meal services program, we've continued to partnership with, as you know, St. Mary's. And we were able to do that throughout most of the summer, and then we had to take a break, and then we're back at that. And we're anywhere from 80 to 100 boxes of food that are delivered every other Tuesday. And with that, the last time, as you saw, we that serves about 500 individuals. So we continue to do that as well to help with the community. Questions regarding this section?
Oh, yeah, I have one question for you. But your very last thing that you wrote was about the meals that were served, were 584,000. You're not going to be able to answer this question right now, but I'd like it if you could give it to the board at some time. Would you let us know, like, how many that you would have served if we were in school, compared to, what you actually did serve? And that way we know, like, how much, we're dropping off.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Segata-Jones, Member Smith, that's an interesting question that I cannot answer, that I will have my team try to answer and give you the best estimate as we possibly can.
I think one of the reasons that I'm asking this is I feel it's important that we know if we're losing cash,
Yep.
And where our revenues are dropping, especially since food service is really a moneymaker for our district. So that's where it's coming from.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Segata-Jones, if I may, I can address part of that question. There's no doubt that our director and her department have been fiscally responsible and conservative. And what that has allowed us to do during this pandemic is really absorb the cost for those students that typically would not have been our students that we did not turn away. So while they may not have been a Glendale Elementary student, there are kids in our community, and we made the conscious decision not to turn away any student that was eligible for that, right? Knowing that we would have to absorb that cost. And so there's no doubt that when that occurs, that you're decreasing and depleting your revenues. And so there was a good opportunity, knowing that we had those revenues available, allowed us to absorb that cost and continue to feed our community. That definitely has taken, that did result in a reduction of revenue. And so I think luckily, with the federal government allowing us to revert back to the summer meal program, that actually will help us as well. And so I believe on August 10th, because that would have been our first original school day, had to, like brick and mortar, we were required by federal law to revert back to, the National School Lunch Meal Program, right? So that has additional requirements, which is, if it's your student, yes, you can provide the meal. But again, that's where we made the conscious effort that if they weren't ours, we weren't going to turn them away. So luckily, they reverted back to the summer meal program criteria, I believe through the end of December, which hopefully will increase and help replenish the revenue that's been depleted over the last almost month now.
Mr. Bergen, members of the board, if I may, also with that, as Mr. Bergen has said, we know that we weren't turning students away. For example, we know that during this, from March to now, that we have younger children, and if they've walked to our sites to receive the meal, often is with perhaps a high school student, so that high school student is being serviced as well. And there could be good reasons why, even though our neighboring district is providing that for their high school students, there's a lot of reasons perhaps they're not going to the high school to receive that meal, but because they're chaperoning or taking care of the little ones, they're picking their meal at that time. So there's a lot of variables in that, and I know that Mr. Bergen has been watching that financial piece, but as he stated, we were happy when the waiver came through. I believe last week it just came through, that we can revert back to that. But we'll be happy to work with you on what that data might look like, knowing there's many variables in it. Other questions on that section?
I'm going to make a quick comment that this is just really impressive, that we are able to feed so many of our students free of charge. And thinking back to when my kids were in school, I think this was something parents didn't want to admit. And so the fact that we can do that without having to put in the embarrassment factor for parents, and then we're providing, which I didn't know, fruit and vegetable grant. That's wonderful and amazing that we can actually do that for our students in our community. So thank you for this.
Madam President, members of the board, I would just add that is really the leadership of our food service director and her team. I just get the ability and the pleasure of really reporting that, but that really is credit to that department's director and the staff. And so kudos to them. And so we're very grateful that they've been very committed to our community. not just in March, but especially in March till now.
Agreed. I've heard from many, many parents who were thankful to the transportation department, to our food service department, for everybody who kicked in all summer. I actually, there was somebody that was leaving, and this is sidebar here, but my neighbors came out and gave her flowers because they created a relationship with these people, and they're so grateful. And I think that their work was really just amazing. So thank you for that report.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Goal 3 is staff and student well-being, and I'll turn that over to Dr. Lafitte.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Sagata Jones. I'm excited to share and really communicate about the ongoing activities that have taken place supporting or surrounding staff and student well-being. And so when you look at it, one thing that we are really knowledgeable about is the understanding that Glendale has been always been ahead of the curve with regards to social emotional support for students. And one area that's been really a shining star has been the support of social emotional learning specialists. And so really we want to highlight a lot of the work that really stems from them, because they're kind of the spark plug in there to help a lot of this go. And so with our social emotional learning specialists, a lot of the work is hinging around providing daily groups and support, for providing support to teachers, for providing professional development and social emotional learning, social emotional lessons as well for all of our students. They support staff and community. And one thing that they really provide a lot of resources for is for family and community with regards to social emotional needs, how to ensure that parents and families are able to connect with one another, and to ensure that the stigma surrounding mental health issues and some of the other challenges that our students and families face no longer exist. One thing that we do and our social emotional learning specialists really support is a lot of the campaigns that we've put in place to support everyone, which has been start with Hello Week, Red Ribbon Week, which most of us have heard of, and also a lot of our work with partnering with the St. Mary's Food Bank. They're also involved in looking at data, providing resources and support, looking at assessments, working with the MTSS teams on each site to ensure that everyone has the data, resources, and strategies in place to help support our students' growth socially and emotionally. They've also been able to provide support for Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. So when Dr. Peterson and Carvaya spoke about those tiers and those levels, and this is that end of it where we talk about the social emotional part and how does it guide and support their growth and their development as students and as human beings. Also, their work as champions for a bunch of other initiatives such as Stand Up, Speak Up, Save a Life, and so on. Go to the next one there. As far as the department, a lot of our work has really started to hinge around professional development and what does that professional development look like for staff. So last year, we really focused on trying to talk about what is social emotional learning, what are those core competencies. And we really tried to hinge it around CASEL. And CASEL is a national consortium that really focuses on social emotional learning. And they have 5 core competencies that they focus on. And so we really wanted to support that with staff. And also our work has started to evolve into mental health first aid and suicide prevention. And so part of that work started off with youth mental health first aid training, in which I provided several trainings to administrative staff and psychologists and a few others. But then it transitioned to us using QPR program, question, persuade, refer. And we've been able to date to train approximately between both programs almost 400 staff members. And so we're still working towards those state goals that we have targeted for us to get all of our 6th through 8th grade teachers and staff who support them trained.
Dr. Lafitte, if I may, remember the option was that you could do 6th through 8th. However, we've chosen to train all members, all staff within the district.
Right, and that's one area where I think we excel. We decided that it's important because the philosophy is everyone engages with every student. And so everyone should have those skills and those tools at their disposal so that if they see a student who is showing signs of distress, that they can engage with those students and at least provide a reference to the next person who may be able to give them some support. So it may be to direct them in the direction of ourselves or some of our other partners that we'll talk about on the other pages.
Can I ask a quick question? The suicide prevention piece, is this also going to, does this meet the requirement? Because we had some statutory changes with regards to training staff.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it'll meet the requirement.
So when do we have to have this met by, through statute?
So, per statute, it'll need to be met by next year, I believe next summer. It was supposed to be this year, but I think there were some pieces that we knew we had to work through, but as a state, there were some other pieces in there as well.
And then you said we were working through, is this a program, whatever, the CASEL, it's a program or is it an organization?
So CASEL is an organization they're a research-based organization that have identified 5 core competencies to support social-emotional learning. Those things start at the area of self-awareness, they move through relationship skills, and so when you take all 5 of these, it's taking those skills and working through those strategies to help support our students and staff in developing those areas. So it starts with, if I'm aware of myself, then I can move into the area of self-management and how do I control and manage myself, whether it's some of the social-emotional components, which could to some extent include anxiety and other areas, and then we work through those entire processes. What we did was an overview for all of staff, and then part of our upcoming strategies are to begin to delve into each of the 5 areas independently.
Now, is it through a grant that we're able to do this? Or is it all coming out of our M&L?
So, Madam Chair, Board Member Smith, fortunately, we're a member in one of our grants is Project Aware, which provides a lot of financial support with regards to meeting social and emotional needs of students. So through the grant, we were able to get funding to provide for the QPR training. So all of the trainings that we will be able to offer, funding was provided through the grant. For our CASEL training, some of the expertise has been through our partnerships. Some of it has been through our behavioral health and school safety team. So between all of our partnerships and the staff resources that we have available, we're able to develop those trainings and provide those to staff and families as well. And the one thing that's key about this, we provide reports in social emotional learning and training in these areas for families as well.
Dr. Lafitte, Project Aware, remember that grant that there are only a few districts within the state of Arizona. I did happen to see the press conference today. Dr. Lafitte, would you please announce those correctly school districts?
So right now it's Glendale Elementary. We're one of the 3 school districts, Sunnyside School District in Tucson area, and I believe Baba-Kivri is the 3rd school district that is a part of Project Aware grant.
So they were recognized today during the governor's press conference. However, they did not recognize us correctly. They recognized us as unified. So I just want to make sure we understand it is Glendale Elementary School District.
Good job.
So our continued supports for professional development, 5 protective factors. Typically, most people just know it as protective factors, and that training is provided to parents and families to support students and just to ensure that they have the factors around them to help strengthen their family approach. And that's really what the focus is for that area. And our partners support us with that. And on the final slide, some of the partnerships that are identified, we do currently have partnerships with Touchstone, Southwest Behavioral, New Leaf, and La Frontera, and those we're looking to expand for the coming year. And then also when we talk about the multi-tiered support, our systems of support, we have multi-tiered teams at a variety of levels. We have it at the school level. We have it at the district level as well. So at the school levels, they have their MTSS teams where they work through whether the school is a PBIS school or they have a structured program. They work through what are the strategies, resources, and supports necessary to help our students be successful behaviorally or socially, emotionally around campus. Also, we do that as a district level as well, where we have teams where we meet with administrative teams, so it's our assistant principals, social emotional learning specialists, and then those teams are expanding for us. And then we also have an MTSS Guiding Coalition, which we have it based, it's a team that has select members from a variety of stakeholder groups, which includes administration, parents, lead nurse, lead cells. So we have a cross-section of individuals who we come together, we review the data, we have discussions on are we meeting our goals, are we moving forward, what are our next steps, and how do we accomplish those next steps.
Questions on this section?
I have a couple questions. So where we have these behavioral health partnerships, I noticed that we have 7 schools represented and 10 are not. So if we have someone from a school that is not represented here, will we refer them to one of these facilities?
So what a lot of our work does, Madam Chair, what a lot of our work does is it hinges around trying to connect with the partnership that can support that school or that student. So sometimes it engages with some of the partners listed here. Sometimes there are other resources that are available as well, with some of those even being in-house depending on the need of the student or the family.
Okay, because I see that, especially right now, it's really important with our students and our families, the social emotional part of this. And so I also see that, I believe it was the first slide, where it says we're giving aid and connecting parents with community organizations and agencies. Are these agencies providing support in different languages as well?
So whenever we have, Madam Chair, whenever we have partners that we work with, we try to provide any resource to make sure we can reach all of our parents or whatever stakeholder group we're working with. And so in one example with the superintendent's parents group, because we had resources that were able to help translate, we had staff that was able to provide that resource. Our training that we provided, we had that built-in piece there. So it's, as we partner, we look at what the need is, and we look at how can we best support all for that. We want to be as inclusive to every parent or parent group, every staff, student group that we can by providing, whether it's language resource, physical resource, whatever it may be, that we can be able to reach them and connect with them.
Okay, and my last question is, do we see that these are being utilized?
Madam Chair, yes, I think all of our resources are being utilized. We've had a tremendous number of, whether it's staff or students, who've taken advantage of the resources. So even with our partners that we work with, some of those go through referral. They have to go through referral because they have to sign off on it through that agency. But we do, in our conversations with them, which we meet with them regularly, we get updates on how many families or how many students have received some of those resources. Because in some instances, we work with them to ensure that there's a relationship and that we can connect with them.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Madam President, members of the board, goal number 4 is employee quality, and I'll turn that over to Ms. Valadez.
Good evening again, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Sagata Jones. All right, employee quality in HR, so here we go. So in order to help maintain that competitive salary and benefits package, we have here some things that took place this past year. We were able to increase starting teacher salary, and lots of this, some of this came through Meet and Confer, some of this came through the Trust Board, some of this came through Pay for Performance, so I want to make sure and point that out. So the teacher salary, we were able to increase that. We increased performance pay. We were able to unfreeze the traditional medical plan. The HSA savings account was increased amount by $350 annually. We really promoted the Well Styles Wellness Platform to increase employee engagement. We were able to add the Employee Assistance Program for all employees, and that's before we just had it for the employees that were under our, that were benefited. Now we have it for all employees, the EAP program. Virtual visits for counseling and legal services are also at no cost. Employee benefit premiums for the 2021 school year remained the same or decreased for the majority of the benefits. Also, to help build and maintain the quality applicant pool, we were able to partnering with the virtual chatbot through Paradox to assist with scheduling applicants. That was Virtual Cindy, and we had to get Virtual Cindy off because there was some confusion thinking that they were really talking to our superintendent. They were upset they weren't getting answers back from her, and so it's now Virtual Olivia. So there's no longer Virtual Cindy. We had she had a lot of action, let me tell you, but we had to change that. But the nice thing about it is now with Olivia, lots of questions are able to be answered for potential employees, even our current employees. There's employee care and candidate care there, so they're able to get some answers at different times if we're not available. We're also able to, if an applicant comes our way, Olivia immediately has the schedules and is able to schedule those interviews real time right there. You're not having to wait for someone to call. And so Jackie Hovrine, our director, has already been able to schedule several interviews with potential teacher applicants right away, just going through the system, and that gets scheduled and on her calendar. So we are capturing, for lack of a better word, that candidate immediately when they go to our website. So we're super excited by even the data we've been seeing, and I'll make sure to share that with in the board updates. We've attended virtual job fairs. Obviously, the in-person ones were all canceled. We've been at the virtual job fairs. I think we shared screenshots with you all about what the virtual job fair looks like. We will be moving forward with that as far as keeping rolling this year. We've personalized the employee orientation process. We have lots of people who come from out of state, especially this past year. It's really scary coming here with everything going on. We've added now where we take their picture of them and we have them address an envelope to someone who made an impact to get them to where they are right now, and they write a little note and we mail their picture, and it's kind of the background of GESD out there, and it's a little frame, and we just thank you for selecting Glendale, and that lots of them will go to their parents or spouse or significant others, thanking them for helping to get them where they are today. So we've tried to personalize it that way. We updated our Teach booklet that we take out recruiting now. It's colorful. It just looks good, even if they don't read what's inside. It's like, hey, who's this from? It's Glendale. So getting our mark out there. Reference check turnaround time. We now have administrators are able to give us the name of the people who they want the reference checks done. Brittany is helping. People within the HR department are helping to get reference checks completed faster so that we can get to those candidates quicker. The pool is not huge out there. They have lots of choices out there, and we want to make sure we get them here in Glendale as quickly as we can. So we have also increased our number of screening interviews. As soon as an applicant applies online, we are now contacting them and reaching out to them to schedule a screening immediately between one of us and our HR department to get them in here just to do the screening interview instead of just waiting until someone gets to it. We're trying to get them immediately. We've been putting GESD's name out there through university advertisements. We're getting those offers to the candidates. And to help with authentic celebrations, this year we had the new teacher induction drive-through welcome celebration. And they had meals or snacks every day this week. Every day they got a snack box. Every day they had at least one meal provided to them. And all of them got their cart full of teaching goodies. We were all out front, made sure they got all that to help welcome them here to just have some type of celebration. Also, we've been trying to get the system in place not only for our evaluation system, as well as trying to help approve attendance the best we can. So what we've started to do is really encouraging employees to talk to us as far as staying with us. We are having those one-on-one conversations in our department with employees. You know, come talk to us first. Tell us what's going on. How can we help? We are reaching out to employees if we know they're out and there's some concerns. We will reach out to them to check on them. We are having one-on-one conversations throughout the COVID and the FFCRA, and we speak with each employee if they're not feeling well, and not just if they're home with a headache, but if they're COVID-related symptoms and they filled out the document, they are having a conversation with either myself or Melissa Mars, our coordinator, who's also helping or is overseeing the COVID and the FFCRA. We are talking to them, talking them through the process, talking them through the steps. Resignations, some are just like, I need to resign. Come talk to us first, have a conversation. Let's see what it really is, how can we help you? So we've really tried to do that. Any just concerns, come talk to us, email us, call us. That's what we're there for. So we've really tried to do that to help improve staying in Glendale. As far as the evaluation system, we now have a new platform. It's Power Schools. The administrators have been trained on that. The unit manager and food service managers are going to be being trained on that new platform. It's more user-friendly for administrators, so we're excited about that. We also, through Safe Schools, all of those mandatory trainings are now done through Safe Schools. There's an assessment you have to take with lots of them. You can test out of some of the assessments. Some of them you must watch the videos and then take the assessment. That's all now so that we can track and ensure that employees are getting all the mandatory trainings they're expected to get. We've also been definitely trying to promote that environment to maintain health and safety. We have the GESD Schoolhouse, which you have attended the opening for. We have some free workout rooms in different facilities in the district. We've offered the VITA tax program. We have the employee network discounts, the Real Appeal, which is a weight loss program, the Market on the Move that we're doing. We have virtual workout videos that are being shared now, and we do the wellness vouchers through WellStyles. And then the last one is awards that we have received this past year. So the Tyler Excellence Award, and that goes to a client who demonstrates leadership, innovation, and excellence in developing, deploying, and maintaining Tyler solutions in new ways. And that's why we received that one. The Platinum Award, which is the Healthy Workplace, that one was for making an impact both within and beyond the walls, addressing one or more of the many health challenges impacting communities across the state, and being in collaboration and having partnerships of improving the health and well-being and equity of their community. So that's community one. The Phoenix Business Journal, Healthy Workplace, Healthiest Employer, that program is saluting the healthiest employers in Phoenix area. And then the Gold Award, Vitalent Blood Services, that goes to businesses who host at least 4 blood drives per year and meet their goal for donations each time. And so that's some of the awards. And that's it.
Questions you have on this section?
Oh, I'm going to go for it.
I'll look right to you, Ms. Smith.
On the second slide, you've been going out and doing these virtual job fairs. Do you think this is something that will continue in the future? And because I know that these virtual job fairs, save our district, a lot of money with the travel, and it would be nice if, financially, if that was something that could continue. But what's your feel from the schools?
Yes, it's definitely a money saver. I don't know I don't think it's going to happen this year that we go back to in person. I'll be surprised. Thank goodness for the virtual job fairs, but the one thing is, at least when I'm at a real job fair, if you walk by me, I can, hey, have you seen, come to Glendale, where are you from? I can talk to you, I can get you. At the virtual job fairs, you sit on your computer and wait till someone comes to your room. Right. You cannot capture them walking around. So that is the disadvantage of the virtual fairs, is I cannot engage in conversations unless you come to me. Where at the in-person job fairs, I don't stop talking to people. We are there talking to everybody, even if you try to walk by. Hey, what are you thinking of teaching? Have you thought about moving to Arizona? It's really cold out there. Are you sure you don't want to come here? So that's the disadvantage. Luckily, we at least have the virtual ones right now to make sure we're finding some quality candidates.
Yeah, and then I just want to say something about virtual Olivia now. Is that what you said?
Yes.
It was actually quite confusing when you would go onto the website and Cindy would pop up, because you did think that you were talking to her, and you didn't. And for me, when I'm not going to apply for a job, you're thinking that it's just a chat box, what's going on. So I'm just letting you, from my perspective, it was confusing to have her pop up all the time.
Yeah. Oh yes, but she was famous.
She's
let me
no
tell
longer
you.
popping up.
No, but she
She's
was.
disgraced.
The children were very excited when our real superintendent came on campus, because they're like, I've seen you on my TV. And it's because they were like, they'd recognize her. So thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Great. Thank you. The next section is Goal 5, and that's Family and Community Partnerships, and Dr. Peterson and Carvalho will take that over.
Good evening again, Madam President, members of the board. This you'll see in your packets that this is only one slide, but I would have to say that this is a very condensed slide of all the partnerships that we have going on. We consistently build more and more partnerships every year, and the trick is, how do you keep sustaining all the other partnerships that are going on, but still continue to build more and more, because everybody wants to fill a gap of the need that we have in our district. And so we did, you've probably heard through the last couple of years that 21st century money from the federal government has dwindled. The state has really worked to see who could get that money in the future, and IMES was awarded a 21st century grant for this year, so that was really exciting that one of our schools was selected, even with dwindling financial resources from the federal level. So that's really exciting. Obviously, a lot of these partnerships take place through our Family Hub, and although right now it might not seem like they're well attended because we don't have visitors and volunteers on campuses, but I have to tell you, many of the partnerships that we have going on right now are adapting. They're trying to figure out virtual ways to still support students and teachers and families. A great example of one is the Velo program. So the Valley of the Sun United Way, they usually come individually to a campus, and usually, like in the past it was Sign Elementary. They would come to Sign Elementary and want to read to students, to a class of students. And when they asked to partner with us this year, we're like, well, we might have to wait a little bit for that. And they were so quick to adapt that they figured out a way to do it all virtually. And so, yes, we will partner with you. So a lot of these programs and partnerships have adapted to become more virtual currently and remote, and so that our students and families are still getting that gap filled with those. So we're very excited about those. I think it was yesterday, we were texted, Cindy and I were texted about the Family Hub was doing a story time with almost like a coffee talk with parents virtually with their children, and our family coordinator, Liz Rivera, was reading a story to them, and it was being all done virtually. And I never thought that it would be that engaging, but everybody was engaged. They all had their own coffee, and it was really nice to see. So it's nice to see that the partnerships are not dwindling. They're increasing. People are adapting. People still want to partner and to fill those gaps that we have.
impressive.
Questions on this section?
I want to make a comment that there are some things that are missing up there that really happened in this, pandemic, is that you partnership with our parents and our community by, doing all your surveys. And, I feel like, that there was a lot of good communication that was going on in the last few months. I know that as a parent, I received emails. There was virtual meet the teachers. There's been robocalls. There's been the follow-up from, all the staff when you didn't, know what was going on with their families. And I really feel that that's really, a very positive thing, that's not listed up there, that you really did, partner with the families and the community here, and not just businesses. I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you for pointing that out, Member Smith. The research right now on effective or evidence-based practices with parent engagement, and there is the reason I just said involvement, is that the terminology that it used to be used was parent engagement all the time. And now the terminology being used is starting to be parent involvement, because the word involvement, it takes it to a different level than engagement. And I think that's what you just touched on, is that involvement factor of parents being involved in the education of their children and the surveys and things like that, rather than just engagement. And so thank you for saying that, because I think that's definitely focusing more on the involvement aspect.
Well, for so long, I think more often than anybody wants to admit, when you talked about, that parent piece, everybody always, pointed out we had this event, this event, this event, this event, which were meant more as fun events to see you, but you really didn't help a parent learn how to help their child, and I think, that is one of the, as much as we don't want to say it, it is one of the positives of this whole thing. Everybody has had to do a complete pivot on how to educate a child remotely, with technology that may or may not cooperate, or you're just not familiar with it. If you work with your Apple iPhone, you're not going to be familiar with a Chromebook. So we've had so much more interaction between everybody, and it's, it truly will be beneficial to the kids in the long run.
Thank you, Board Member Bartels. I believe it was an executive team, as well as Dr. Peterson and I had this same conversation about, parents and grandparents have been involved and caregivers in helping us to provide that continuous learning for our students. And this is a good way that we don't want to lose sight of that. We feel that, we've got them, and we've got them captured right now, and we don't want to lose that. We want to continue to help them develop additional skills to support their students, even though we return to brick and mortar someday, that they will still not lose that that we don't lose that connection with them through what we've been able to do through this distance learning. So yes, we hear that. We appreciate those comments, because that is something we just had a conversation about as well. Okay, next, then I just wanted to share my goals, what I would like to focus on this year. If you'll see, the student academic success always is going to be critical, but really, for me, it's thinking about identify the potential impact of COVID-19 related to school closures and student distance learning. And we need to determine what is critical to teaching and learning and prepare and make it available virtually, because we don't know, even when we get past this pandemic, will there be another crisis, and we want to be prepared for that. So continue to use that balanced assessment plan to monitor and adjust systems, but I think we had that conversation. What does that look like, and what does it look like through the lens of virtual learning? We want to be able to identify any challenges and accessibility for diverse student populations that we've encountered through this pandemic, as well as maintain continuity of learning for all of our students through this piece. With goal 2, obviously the stewardship of resources. I think be responsible for stewards of people, of time and financial resources. I think it's critical that we need to address facility deficiency needs. That will have to be our focus. We need to continue to market our students to recruit and retain them and our families. And then we really need to make sure that we are, that solvency and that sustainability is there through our maintenance and operations and our capital funds for us to be able to continue to do the things that we need to do. Goal number 3, I'd like to look at the staff and student well-being. I think this is, as Dr. Lafitte said, and as we know, provide guidance and support to address the impact of school closures, the pandemic, and again, racial inequities. So those will be the focus that I'd like to look at and work with my team on. We need to provide our students with social emotional learning supports. They need to learn and thrive. You heard Dr. Lafitte mention some of those. Utilize trauma-informed practices, including self-awareness and self-care. We really need to focus on that for not only our students and staffs, but families as well. And really, it's beginning with that self-talk. And you've got to have that self-talk before you can move forward. Provide concrete strategies for prioritizing self-care, and I know Dr. Lafitte's team has been working on that as well. And then goal 4, that says pandemic preparedness, and that was correct. And then as I was thinking about it, because we know our goal is always living documents, I changed that to crisis management because I did not have a goal to be prepared for a pandemic last year. I was caught off guard by that. And my fear this year is going to be another crisis that I'm not prepared for. So I changed that to be crisis management. And so it's really to develop those contingency plans for reopening, a possible reclosure of schools through any crisis that we may experience. Develop contingency plans for closing and reopening schools and facilities, not only in pandemic, but also in those emergencies. And we want to make sure that we know how we've identified and we know what those safety measures have to be for our students and families and staff. We want to make sure that every learning platform is effective and equitable. We want to maintain essential school services. We want to minimize social disruption for families and staff. And then we want to create mitigation plans for endemics, pandemics, or emergencies. So those are the areas that goals that I would really like to focus on. As you can tell, a lot of them have come out of what we've lived through from March till now, but I think we've got to focus on those things. We know that there's been gaps. We've got to address those, not only academically, but socially and emotionally as well. There's financial gaps as well for families, and we've tried to do anything we can to help support them through that, through agencies, and we will continue to do that. So, questions at this time?
So on goal number 3, your last thing, was racial inequalities. And I really think that what I've seen in the data that has been provided to us as a board is that there is an issue, in our discipline practices. And so I don't know if we, under your goals, if you could have, I know that this is something that you're working on, where would you have that under your 3 little dots, there?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I can add that if it's more clear, but I think it falls under each because I think like strategies for providing self-care, I could connect that to racial inequities, and that falls under, we know with that discipline falls under those strategies for helping kids with self-awareness and self-care. A lot of that becomes a discipline issue because we don't have that built in or that understanding with our students. And then social emotional as well. So, but if it needs to be more clearly stated, I can do that as well. But we do know that unfortunately for several years, we've seen in our discipline that there is a concern, and I know Dr. Lafitte and his team have been looking at that too. My guess would be that in his goals, he will have a specific goal for that. And so that's where I will lean for him to do that.
Do we provide our staff with any kind of professional development when it comes to dealing with the discipline, using, or having racial inequalities that way?
Madam Chair, Board Member Wilson, so part of our strategies for this year are to begin to address those. As Superintendent Sagata-Jones mentioned, our team has really been looking at that data, really trying to find out, or really trying to get to what are some of the root causes for some of the disparities that we're seeing, because then we want to try to target and tailor our professional development to support those. We know part of it is going back to those CASEL 5 core competencies. That self-awareness piece is one of the biggest components in there. And then also self-management and then relationship skills. We know once we begin to look at those areas and we connect the data to it, we can begin to build a better alignment and say this is what we need to work through for staff to ensure that they're getting those strategies. A lot of it is just looking at me, myself, and what are some of, whether it's an implicit bias that I may have that I'm unaware of, or just how to deal with, engage, and manage and support students of different backgrounds, and how do we engage with some of what they bring to the class. And some of it is even looking at what's coming from home and how do we empathize with some of that. And so that becomes a key part of it. I know last year, Superintendent Sagata-Jones brought in our speaker at the beginning of the year, and a lot of that work was on empathizing, empathy, compassion, understanding. And I think when those things start to play a more significant role, but tied into our self-awareness and how do we build relationships, then it can begin to break through some of those challenges we have.
Yeah, I just think that as, teachers sometimes they need to be aware of, when you call on certain students and, and you don't realize you're doing it. And so that self-awareness is extremely, an important piece. And I just didn't know if maybe there was a professional development set aside to bring that awareness to teachers so that they can, just start reflecting on, how they conduct their classroom. And it's nothing that they do on purpose. It just is there.
It is, and I think a lot of time, and Dr. Lafitte and his team obviously are the experts in that, but when we do think about racial inequities, it really is all the components of CASEL, and I don't know that we make the connections to that. And so that's what the work of his team will be doing to help staff and even students understand what that means. And so we look forward to that work. Unfortunately, we're in 2020 and we're still dealing with racial inequities, and we need to get beyond that.
I really liked what Ms. Wilson had to say about, the built-in whatever teacher trainings, that are there on that. I just remember going to a lot of trainings through, the National School Boards Association, and even through the Arizona's School Board Association, and teaching, our staff, how not to react and not use the, whatever they say, the frontal lobe of your brain to react, in a situation, and so that you have a better, class thing. And so, it is important in order to, get, where I'm saying our discipline data, down to where it needs to be. Is our teachers do need to be trained, and, a lot of them are very young, and, some of them, you even have, like you said, you have practices they don't even realize, that they're doing, that have been teaching a long time. So, it's definitely, a great training type of course to have available for them.
Well noted. Any other questions or comments? Item 6C.
Can we have a recess, or I'm just going to walk
Yes,
away?
can we, Madam President, I recommend, if possible, could we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes,
10-minute recess. We have limited facilities.
Do we have a motion to take that recess?
I'll move to recess.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will take a recess, returning back at 8:25.
Thank you.
I know. Where are the munchies?
I don't want to be the one that has to say it.
Did somebody order a pizza? Like a monster burger combo and an extra 8-ounce of pizza sauce. But they never give you that.
monsters. All right.
Okay, resuming after our break. Thank you for the break, everybody. We are on item 6C.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board. At this time, we would like to provide you with an update on the security cameras and intercom systems. Mr. Berrigan.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Sagata Jones, I'm going to give you a high-level overview of both the security cameras and the intercom system. Let me kind of give you some background. 7 years ago, we began this conversation about how to improve the security, specifically security cameras. And just, maybe just as a reminder, we have 17 brick and mortar schools, the district office, and the support center. And I believe of the 17 schools that we have that are brick and mortar, 4 of those school sites had cameras, some level of cameras. And I believe that we had maybe 4 or 5 per campus, okay? It was an antiquated system. If you look at footage, it was very difficult to see what that image was, right? The district office and the support center had some cameras as well. I can't imagine that we had combined more than 10 cameras between the district office and the support center. And so a plan was really put in place in collaboration between finance and IT. And it's taken us that long to put this plan in place. And so to give you an idea, we have cameras, security cameras at all 17 of our brick and mortar schools, the district office, and the support center. We're talking about 920 cameras district-wide, strategically located on district property. I won't necessarily get into all the details of the capability for what I would say is obvious reasons, but this new system has a high resolution that allows for extended coverage. Again, we placed them in strategic locations. It has the ability to capture image or images or video in low light conditions. And again, I'll probably won't go into further detail, but I can tell you it's a very sophisticated system, and it's clearly night and day from what we had in the past. And again, 4 of the 17 brick and mortar schools had cameras. I can't imagine, if my memory serves me correctly, that those campuses had more than 4 or 5. And again, district-wide, we have about 920 cameras. And so that's something that we began, that we implemented. And the second piece to that system, or to the security system features, is a new intercom system that is integrated into the new phones that we purchased, I believe, this previous year. And it allows for typical calls, all calls, campus-wide notifications, inside and outside area coverages. It helps with any lockdowns that we may have, whether that's on the monthly practicing or if we were in a real live situation. I will tell you that this is the implementation of the intercom system has been implemented. We will work on those trainings. I think we notified you that really the next piece to that is training for both the camera system and the intercom system. So we hope to accomplish that over the next couple of weeks with the site leadership at every school site, and then train staff both here at the district office as well as support center. So again, that's something that's been really 7 years in the makings to get us to the point that we go to all facilities being having that security camera capability and the coverage that is necessary, that's being monitored in real time, both from our risk manager when she's in her office with security, the front lobby area. So it allows us, it's an advantage that we didn't have before. And so we've used that when we've had situations at the various campuses. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Sagata Jones, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. But again, we just wanted to give you a brief, high-level overview without going into too much detail about some of that capability. But it's something that I think we've received positive feedback. I know the one school just was excited about it and the features that it has.
Are there any questions or comments?
Most of this was paid for through our bonds, correct?
Interesting question. I believe that this, it was a combination of both. Some of our security measures are bond related. This, I believe, was the regular capital funding, if my memory serves me correctly. But let me just add something as it relates to security cameras. Security is something that is not funded to the extent that it probably needs to be from a state level perspective, from a school facilities perspective, whether that's a camera system. Intercom, I believe those were, is an area that they do fund, but there's red tape that goes along with that. So there's been a concentrated effort to address those areas in which either there's no funding or very little funding from the state level perspective, and or a combination of, again, the support from our local taxpayers. As you might recall, that November 2018 did also include some security measures. So that's something that we're trying to put focus around. And again, trying to maximize that will be bond dollars, and really in the basic funding formula, to answer your question.
Yeah, I just find it irritating, that we don't get the funding that we need to make those necessary security enhancements at all of our campuses, really in a timely fashion. So, I'm grateful that we have had bonds that can address some of our needs, but and it's good that we have these, and I've seen a lot of these improvements that have been going on, in the years, to gates that are up, the offices being more secured. There's been a lot of work that has been done to try and secure our campuses, and we have to do this just because of the state, of our communities, and we want to keep our children safe, and that's one of our focuses in the past was having a safe environment for our children to be in. So we're grateful for all those changes.
We agree wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Anything further?
Actually, I do remember a time where they had intercom through the phone system, and then schools had changed. But I think under the circumstances, whether it's, an emergency we can foresee, or, something that just comes up, and being able to get a message to a classroom, to a teacher quicker, without necessarily alerting everybody outside when you don't want to necessarily alert anybody on the outside.
Yeah, and Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Sagata-Jones, just as a reminder, when you went in, back in the day, when you would walk in, visit a school site, it was that speaker that was coming from, somewhere within that room. Now, it really is going to be that phone system, right? And, we've learned some things. We do drills on a monthly basis, not only just at the schools, but also here at the district office and the support center. And so we're trying to figure out what gaps we have to make some improvements and some adjustments. So it is work in progress. I think we learned at the last one that we needed to have maybe additional phones in certain areas so that intercom system would be more effective. And so that's why practice is important, is it helps you, flush out those, maybe those bugs, or in this case, where we need maybe perhaps more intercom systems, in this case, phones.
Now, if it can't be answered because of safety, publicly, please state that. Does the system allow for, if I'm at this end of the campus and I see something is happening and I can use my phone where I'm at to let others know that there's a problem?
Madam President, members of the board, I want to say that it does. It allows you to use that feature. Obviously, there's training involved in that, and we need to go through that. But I believe that it does.
Okay.
Again, we wanted it to be a robust, comprehensive system, and we hope that everyone sees what we saw when we moved in this direction.
Okay. Anything further? Moving on to item 6D.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, now we'll give you an update on the health benchmarks. And we have a 3-slide PowerPoint. I'll have Dr. Lafitte begin that, and then we will tag team together as we go through that.
Madam Chair, members of the board, so the first slide you'll see, as you're aware, the state has its own metrics that they've put together through the Arizona Department of Health. But as a county, the Maricopa County has also put together benchmarks for reopening that exist. So those have been out for several weeks now. So what you see in front of you are the last 2 weeks worth of data based on the metrics that are placed out. So how those are read are, you look at 3 specific areas that they're calculating data for. One is cases per 100,000, the next one is percent positivity, and the third being COVID-like illnesses. Within those, there are different ranges that you have to move into. For ease of use, there's red, yellow, and green. And so right now, from the previous weeks, we've been green in the COVID-like illness since the report has come out. But where we've seen a change is in the 2 areas that are yellow. Over the last few weeks, they've moved to yellow. Prior to that, they had been red. So both of those areas were in the middle area, percent positivity, it was greater than 10%. So it moved that number to a red range. And for that one, the ranges are greater than 10%, between 10 and 5%, and less than 5%. Then that top one, which is cases per 100,000, that one moves from a greater than 100,000 to between 100,000, greater than 100 to between 10 and 100, and then less than 10. So right now, if you look at our numbers over the last few weeks, with the bottom being the previous week, and actually the data goes back 2 weeks, you see the decrease in that area.
Dr. Lafitte, will you share the percentage in which you want to get to as recommended by ADHS?
Right. So if you notice at the top left, you'll see where it says overall risk level is moderate. However, recommended learning scenario is virtual with on-site, which puts us more in that red substantial area. What we're looking for in that middle percent positivity is for that to go below 7%, and for the cases per 100,000 to stay under 100, for it to move just to a hybrid model. For it to move into a green or back to a traditional model, that bottom number, COVID-like illness, has to be less than 5%. That middle number, percent positivity, has to be less than 5%. And then cases per 100,000 people has to be less than 10. And so once all of those numbers meet those parts of the metric, then we could go back to traditional learning model. The thing that isn't noted here, but it'll be on the next few slides, and we'll talk about it at that point, but it's really trying to move those to, if you were to look at it from a color perspective, and it's somewhat misleading, even though it's 8.32 and it's yellow, it still has to move below 7% for 2 consecutive weeks. For 2 consecutive weeks. Every number has to move to its mark for at least 2 consecutive weeks.
And then in addition to that, as we look at these metrics, you know that you received in your board update as well, because within our district we service 3 zip codes, and we've been providing you with those. That changes each week, that's provided, and we've seen it go from an increase in certain areas and an increase in others based on the zip code, but there hasn't been a steady pattern of that yet. So the next slide we want to share with you. So obviously we want to see what's happening around us as well, and if we can help make predictions that way. So here is that slide. And Dr. Lafitte.
So if you were to look at it, the top rows are Glendale Elementary School District, and then as Superintendent Sagata-Jones mentioned, surrounding districts, starting with Glendale Union, then looking at Alhambra, Cartwright, Pendergast, Peoria, and Washington. When you look at the numbers, and if we were to go back, and this is where I said when you go back several weeks, you start to look at the data. What we're trying to do is look at the trend to determine or predict when those numbers will move to the different phases, when it'll move to hybrid, and then when it'll move to traditional. So if you look at the very top, you see how the movement was when you look at cases per 100,000. And so it moved from 114 cases, which was greater than the 100, to 106. slight decrease, but then significant jump last week's data that we received. So it went from 106 to 49. Then we saw a slight decrease again. And so because of that, there's a little bit of unpredictability with that because it's not a steady decline. It was a short decline, a sharp drop off, then another steady decline in that. But we're looking at that number. The thing that might somewhat be misleading is because it's between 10 and 100, it's still yellow. However, it's when it moves below another point that the color will change, or actually that's the next one. Even though it's at 9.33 and it's yellow, it's when it moves to 7% that it makes a difference in terms of hybrid when we're looking at that percent positivity. So there you can see the trend. Again, for the first 2 weeks of the data, it was a sharper decline, a shorter or narrower decline, but then it became a sharper decline from August 27th to September 3rd's data, and then a shorter decline again. Then when you look at our surrounding districts, and you look at those districts that are a little bit closer to where they're able to move, you see where Peoria's district is, where they're at a level where from a metric standpoint, they're in a hybrid level from a metric standpoint. And the same with Washington. Well, Washington has another week to move because it's 7.58, but they have to get below 7 for 2 consecutive weeks. So right now, we just wanted to see where the other districts were around us to see if they're moving. You see Pendergast, their numbers, they actually saw an increase, then a slight decrease, but their numbers are still in the red with regards to percent positive.
I have a question on this. So this format that the state finally provided for us, we only have from the 20th as far, that's our first data point, 20th of August?
Right, so the first data point went back to that point.
Because what would be really interesting to see, and for us to be able to make a better informed decision, and that I know this isn't anything that you guys have direct control over, would be to see this kind of information over the last many weeks, but also pinpointing those different things that we know, like 4th of July weekend hit, and then here's when we saw a spike. Here's where it was implemented that masks need to be worn in public, and here's where we started to see a decline. That would help me as a parent, as a citizen, as a board member, to know, if these things are happening, this is what I can, common sense would tell me I can predict that this is going to be the outcome in a couple weeks.
It's hard, good point, Board Member Bartels, it's hard to do that. Remember, the state we came out and shared, we only have from the 20th to, remember, Maricopa County chose to provide that data for school districts. That's the only reason we have that data. So with that, I'm going to move to the next slide. Then, as you know, as we talked last time, that we wanted to do, again, that temperature check to see how the comfortableness of returning in a hybrid model based on health metrics to a hybrid learning model. I think it's important we understand the difference between the two. Health metrics, meaning a hybrid, as defined by Arizona Department of Health Services, is 50% of your students on campus for a certain amount of time and 50% off, so half the student population. And then when you get to the instructional models, what does that look like? Is it distance learning? Is it AOI learning? Is it packet learning? And is it brick and mortar learning? So those are the different models there. And so then as you know, we asked 2 surveys. We did the teachers that fall into that category as teachers, including our achievement advisors. We did a survey for them. We'll share the results with that because we didn't survey the entire working force because the rest of the working force is already been back to work. So not so that we weren't trying to be inclusive. It's just we wanted to capture those that hadn't been back to work. And then we also did the parent survey as well. And so with that, we'll look at the information on the slides, and you can see how it compares. We did, for the teaching staff, that certified staff, we had a total of 538 responses. We have a total of 610 employees in that category, so we had an 89% response rate on that.
Can
So
you
that's-
switch the slide?
No, that's not on the slide. I'll push it in a minute. What's on there is the results, but not the percentages. Then on the other piece was that we did with the parent surveys, we had a total of 2,219 responses from parents. We have in our district 7,364 families in the district, okay? And so we don't use the student population number, we use the number of families. And so we had a 30% response rate for that, okay? And statistically, those are good numbers. So now we'll get to the actual data. So what you see is this is staff and parent responses to in-person instruction. We've listed it by school, staff that said no to returning. And what the question was from the survey was, would they return to a hybrid model? And we gave a very simplistic example of what a hybrid learning model might look like. And so with that, we said, for example, you could have students from first part of the alphabet to the second part of the alphabet. So we just gave a very simplistic definition of what that hybrid could look like. And so that's how staff responded to that, as well as parents. That's the question that was asked. And the question was asked to the teaching staff, would you return back to work, as well as the parents, would you send your child to school? So that's what's on there. So I'll let you digest that for a second.
Do we know why the online learning is so equal both in yes and no responses from both staff and parents?
Dr. Peterson, do you want to respond to that?
Madam President, members of the board, for parents, we can guess because there wasn't another follow-up question that said why.
Right.
Did you say what you said? Yes or no? The guess from that data and just a lot of the conversations we've been having with parents in geo-learning is that there's still a misunderstanding of distance learning versus geo-learning versus in-person learning. And so we do have a lot of geo-learning parents that are still deciding daily to move back to distance learning because they want to be in person. In the end, they want to be in person.
Okay.
And so we're still doing that. So I think that's why that might be that way. For staff, so far the data that we've seen from staff is that I think there's maybe some feelings of the reason I chose to be geo-learning is because of certain reasons, and I just want to be more maybe isolated than I would be in a classroom with students. And then some are like, you know what, I had to go to geo-learning because of the numbers, and I'd like to get back to the classroom.
Okay.
So it's kind of both in that way.
Okay.
Okay, then the data, when the survey, obviously it was anonymous. So when the data started to come back, and we closed them, I think they both, one closed yesterday and one today, I believe, or the other way, something closed. Yeah, one day earlier. And so with it, we wanted, what was interesting when we saw the data, the one we could get the no reason, I wanted to know with staff, what were some of the concerns about why you didn't want to return? So I asked principals, could you just email staff, blanket email, and just say, if you responded no, could you mind sharing information, what you're uncomfortable about? And principals had until today, this afternoon, to get that data back, because it takes time to call, and our teachers are teaching. So we're gathering that data still, so we haven't gone through all that, but some of them where it's, whether it's immunocompromised, that they've said that they're immunocompromised. Some of it was they don't feel that it's a healthy environment yet because we have not met the health metrics. Some of them stated that there was a concern about the hybrid model, and they didn't want to have to do a hybrid model, meeting that you would have half your students, and then would they also have to do distance teaching? And none of that has been determined, and so, but that was an assumption they came with, which was a good question. So we wanted to make sure that those that truly said no, it wasn't because of the model perhaps being presented. So we're going through that process to determine what those no responses were. And then just with the parents, it was simply they weren't comfortable returning. So far, this is the data that we have on this. We'll go through the rest of those responses. Some, after principals talked to staff, some either said, no, I understand what a hybrid model is in learning, and I'm not ready to return. And then there were a few that said, oh, I understand the hybrid model, and I would be willing to return. But though, from what we have seen so far, just scanning that, I don't think there were significant differences that were going to sway it one way or the other. So pretty much the no was the no, is what we found so far. But we'll continue to go through that. So when we look at this specific data, and to help us continue to look at what decisions need to be made, and we're keeping in mind the concerns. The reason, I guess, the question we asked about a hybrid model, because when we return, if it was able to return during a health metrics hybrid, would staff feel comfortable doing that? And I think when you look at the data, you see that it's fairly close on what they would return comfortable to based on the health metrics data. And then parents have theirs is much, almost in half of how they believe that they would return based on the health metrics. So this is the information we have right now. If we were looking strictly at health metrics, and as Dr. Lafitte said, it's a moving target, but we do know across the state that our numbers are getting better, and we know across the county they've been getting better, Maricopa County. And so if we had to do a prediction, we're thinking 2 consecutive weeks that would put you into the health metrics, hybrid model. You would be looking possibly at the week of October 4th, and that would give you 2 solid weeks if there is no change in that. So you would be looking at October 4th, and then for us, October 4th would be a parent-teacher conference week, which would be half days for those weeks, because remember, under the executive order, we cannot change our school calendar. And then after parent conference week, we would fall into fall break. So that's what we continue to do, and look at those metrics and determine what might be a potential start date. I think this gives us a good sense of what staff and community feel. So that's, at this time, we're happy to answer any questions.
I think it would be more beneficial if we set a date, since we're seeing that the trends are going down. To me as a parent, it's kind of hard to have a moving target, and I feel that if we're going to go back, then, I think that we should say, okay, we're going to go back on October 19th because it's after fall break, and we, probably have a few more weeks of meeting our health benchmarks, and since the trends keep going down, even when I look at all the other numbers that through the city, your RT, whatever live ones, they keep going down, so, I mean, the risk isn't where it used to be, and, I just, like I said, it's just, I think it's better even for, like, my child to know I'm going back at this date instead of, I don't know when I'm going back. And then I think it helps plan, for in your schools. So, what is it going to take for us to just set a date and stop having this moving target?
Yes, Board Member Smith, I agree. We are looking at those metrics to help make those decisions. But I do know, even for our parents, our students, and our teachers, that we try, if we set the date, at least we know what the ballpark figure is for that date. But also at the same time, we need to make sure when we set that date, let's say that is the date. I might tend to agree that even though if we hit the metric for October 4th, it's parent-teacher conference week, it's 3 half days, and if it's a hybrid model, learning model, because it's a hybrid health metrics, that's not going to be doable, probably. So if we then looked at it, doesn't make sense, obviously, then you have fall break. So if it's set at the week after fall break, that could be done. I think what has to happen then is that those communications have to go out, but then also knowing it's a moving target, but also the planning piece has to take place. What we also did is we asked our principals to go back to their task force. Remember in the summer when we started gathering information, they had their safety committees and they had their staff on there. We asked them last week to come back together to reconvene, and we asked them to think of if we meet a health metric of a hybrid model, what does that hybrid learning model mean? And so they all submitted their plans. Their plans were due to us, I believe, early this week, but I would accept them even as of yesterday, and so we're reviewing those plans to get input from what staff said about what could possibly work for a hybrid and what could be the challenges for the hybrid, and then so we will go through those plans and determine if the health metrics is at a hybrid and we deliver a hybrid model that it is well articulated and everybody understands what it is. I think right now, as Board Member Smith said, that when you don't have a set date, or you don't even have, right now we don't have a set instructional model, that it becomes uneasy. And I think that's where we get the miscommunication and the concern from staff, because do you mean I'm going to have to do teaching distance learning, plus I'm going to have to do in-person, and then also for parents, does it mean, as I said, we just gave a simplistic example, so do I need to prepare for, A through F or whatever that might be, or do you do it by a different configuration such as grade levels or whatever that might be? So that gives the district time to look at, that instructional model as well. So that could take place, but I wouldn't disagree that setting a date, and as we still continue to measure, that at least gives people a target to look at and prepare for. And we do see that the numbers are getting better across the state. I know that there's concerns in some of the feedback, which rightfully should be concerns, was that we know, as Board Member Bartel said, was we had we had a spike during Memorial Day and we had a spike during 4th of July. So people are anticipating, will there be a spike during because of Labor Day, and we don't know that yet. So I think when we get that set of data, that helps too. But we would like to go back and just get everybody's responses, look at that, and then I would think that within early next week, we would like to set a date in which we anticipate we would go ahead and return, and then talk about, again, what does that model look like, so that it's very clear to parents what the model is, and it's very clear to the teaching staff of what they would be coming back to. One of the challenges, and I'm just going to be very honest, about that for us, is first of all deciding 50% of the population. So what is the 50%? Because you can divide it by alphabet, and you hope you capture all the siblings at the same time. You may not. You can divide it by grade level, and then you fade in, and then what does that mean for parents? But I think whatever those decisions are made, when we look at all that feedback, is parents need to be able to plan for that, and teachers need to be able to plan for that. The other piece that is going to be a challenge for us is if you look at half the population to do less exposure is transportation. If you run double sessions, remember, we have to maintain last year's school calendar. We're bound by that. Can we look at routes where we would do half-day sessions or not? People, our teaching staff have varying opinions about that. Some of the comments were that may work when they met with their own team. Some of them said that all or nothing. You know, I want to come back full-time, not do a hybrid. So that data has to be looked at. I think also something that has to be considered is, and this has always been really hard for us to project because we see it moving, and you saw it in the data there recorded, is that currently we have about 2,800 students in geo-learning. And so if we set a brick and mortar date for students to return, how many of the 2,800 are going to change and come in that we're not prepared for? Because we have to set classrooms, right? And so even though we started with 4,000, I believe, then staff, all staff at every level, our teachers, our principals, district office staff started making those phone calls and emails to parents to determine, okay, do you understand the difference between geo-learning and distance learning? Because one, we were, as Dr. Peterson said, we were running out of those who wanted to do geo-learning, and then all of a sudden we did not have enough staff, so we had to put educational services into that, directors teaching, as well as our achievement advisors into that, who are still in that mix. So I think we have to make another concerted effort to determine if we say we're returning on this date, parents are going to have to really make a decision, help us with, are you going to stay in geo or not? Because it is going to impact staffing tremendously, and class size, and how we can keep people still within what we hope 6 feet apart, which we've always said that if feasible, but we have our rooms set up for that, trying to do that. But we already have, for example, there's classrooms at capacity now. We have not added teachers yet because we don't know really who is going to come back, who's not going to come back. We don't want to tell somebody, oh, you're teaching 5th grade right now, but guess what? We don't have enough for you in 5th grade, so you're going to go to 6th grade. So those decisions have to be looked at, and that is dependent, again, on those 2,800 students as well. We may have students, or some classrooms at capacity. We have classrooms that are sitting at 10, you know. We have classrooms that are sitting at 15. We have classrooms sitting at 20. So it's all over the place. So it's a major shift in staffing that has to take place. And we thought that the last survey with parents and the telephone calls to parents that we would get a better feel. Also that we have to be prepared for is any students, and I guess where I'm concerned too is our kinders, are they out there and they just haven't enrolled yet because school isn't there? And are there anybody that are students out there that are not participating in distance or packets or geo, and will that impact the staffing as well? So that's kind of where we're at with that. But we would like to just spend the next at least 2 days to get the feedback from the teachers and make sure we understand that, as well as make sure there isn't any other information that was added today to our parents, and then make a decision to look at, based off health metrics, when would that date be, setting that date, and always knowing that it is a moving target, but when can we at least look at returning when we're in the health metrics hybrid model. Questions?
Now, are we keeping parents up to date? I know I see social media posts, and since I don't have a child in the schools anymore, so I don't get that kind of communication. Are we keeping them as well up to date, even with just this aspect, so they understand, you know, this is what we're watching for, this, and we've got to see it for an extended period of time before we can move from...
Each time the new metrics come out, we do send an email out to staff, also staff, but also to parents, and then it's posted on the website as well. Also, our school principals have been posting on their social media as well to keep them informed. I think something that we need to make sure, there's a lot of information, and I think I was listening to yesterday the law conference, and remember there was pieces on there that said you'll see a district send out pages and pages, and they do, because you're trying to be as clear and specific as possible, but at the same time have that document posted, but give parents, here's the facts. And so that's what we've looked at as well. And so, yes, we want to keep them in the loop. The other question is for us, and we're trying to gather that information. We thought we did a good job in the spring, but we do know people move, is that making sure we have current emails and phone numbers, because a lot of our emails, if they come back, and our phone calls coming back, and Dr. Lafitte has been tracking that too. So how many are we truly reaching that way? And we've done about everything we can. So that's what we're doing. And then, of course, our teachers have been asked to help with that as well. So that's what we're doing. Other questions?
Yes. Looking at the calendar, I like the idea of having a set day. I also like the October 19th day, which is right after fall break. But I also want to make sure that we keep in mind when we're telling our parents and the staff members that we've blown through every single date we've set since the beginning of March. And keep in mind that it's still a floating date, and we could see a Labor Day spike that throws 2 consecutive weeks off pretty easily, and especially now when you're seeing the pressure statewide for people to reopen schools and get kids back in the classroom, and you see what happened at Scottsdale Unified this past week. But Scottsdale Unified hit their metrics last week, so they're all green to open up a hybrid. You had Queen Creek that opened up before they hit their metrics. J.O. Combs decided to do it and then backed off again. So setting that date out to mid-October, that gives us time to kind of not only gives us time for our community to hit the metrics that we need, it also gives us time to look at and evaluate when is too soon. Is the metrics and some of the numbers, I think the Department of Health, I think they just pulled out of thin air sometimes. I have to wonder what kind of science kind of backs some of that stuff up. And I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to criticize them too much, but some of the numbers are like, why is that the value? But it'll give us a chance to evaluate how reopening schools is going to impact these other communities, because I don't want Glendale Elementary and I don't want our community to be a guinea pig for anybody's experiment that says, yeah, go ahead and open up and we'll see what happens. I want to make sure that we move forward with an abundance of caution. And I want to make sure that not only our employees know, but all the families know. And I want my kids to go back to school. I mean, distance learning is tough. And no matter what, I'm working from home 4 days a week right now, and I have 1 kid in geo and I have 1 kid in distance learning, and it's tough. I am not a teacher. I have more respect now for the teaching profession than I ever did before. But it's tough, and I want them to go back to school, but I want them to go back in a safe environment, and I want to make sure that, hey, I don't want my kid to be in any sort of experiment or bleeding edge leaders in getting kids back into school just for the sake of getting kids back into school.
Thank you. It is, and I just would like to say is, even though we do have, responses from staff and parents as no, I don't think any of them chose no because they don't want to be here or be with kids or send their kids. It's they want to ensure that we do have a safe environment, and that's why they say, we've said we would follow CDC. We said that we would continue to look at those health metrics and let the medical experts and scientists make those decisions or help us make those decisions. So even though we see these no's, I don't believe we have a teacher that doesn't want to return because they don't want to teach children. It's because they want to make sure they return in a safe environment. The same with our families. They want their children to be in a safe environment too. And we'll have to see how that plays out. This afternoon, I believe Dr. Lafitte shared with us a district. I believe he has a son that attends in Tempe. And would you share that information, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board. So the data that I saw really was a significant spike, and that significant spike to jump through the area of cases per 100,000. I believe that was the number that spiked. So in the previous weeks, both Tempe L and Tempe Union had seen numbers in the 50s range. Tempe Union saw a significant jump up to well over 100, and Tempe L saw a spike over 300. And so you see those kinds of spikes that do occur. There were certain things we kind of extrapolated from it because ASU was starting, and some of those pieces may have played a role. But it's the same thing when those when those bodies start to come together, you could potentially see some of those kinds of spikes. And so we know from Labor Day, we'll see that data in the next couple of weeks, and we could see a spike or we could see a decrease. So.
Thank you. And then also I think it's, important that we pay attention to those spikes, whether they occur or they don't occur, but we just need to make sure that the environments are safe for students and staff. We don't know for sure what caused those spikes out in Tempe, but I think, we can make some pretty good speculations about that. One thing that we are doing, as you know, we've partnered with agencies to do testing through the city of Glendale, and we had sites that held testing for our community, which helps. And then also you'll see next week we have additional sites that will be doing testing, and the following week another site that will help with the community. What I know that the city of Glendale is doing now, they're trying to target that 85033, and while we have some of our schools in 85033, that's where my guess would be Pendergast has schools in 85033, and those numbers are high in that area as well as Cartwright. So I think the city is trying to do their effort in helping to get people tested as well, and so we've joined part of that as well to assist in that. But any other questions or feedback?
Just real quick, to Mrs. Smith and Mr. Martinez's point, I've heard the same thing from parents that they want something to look forward to. But my concern is if you look at this chart and you look at Mensendick, for example, you have 28 staff responded, 20 are not willing to go back in. But we have parents, 33 said they're not willing, but we have double the parents that are. So I think that that's one of my concerns. How are we properly going to staff our schools how are we going to share the wealth, so to speak, and make sure that when this day does come where we are brick and mortar, how are we going to ensure that we have enough staff physically in our buildings, staff, teachers, and everyone to create a good learning environment?
Exactly, and that's the task that we're set with, and that's why we did ask that our schools put their committees back together to explore different models. So yes.
Well, and I think also too, as much as, it was more a fear factor of our zip codes because we were such a high impact zone. It's actually a blessing on the flip side of that coin, because now we get to look, and we've already seen Florida where they were sending people back to school, and you just saw so many kids. And I don't think people are connecting. If I go to the grocery store, I'm not sitting with you for 5, 6, or 7 hours with 15, 20 people. I'm passing you, and then I'm leaving the building. I'm not having direct contact with you for more than a couple minutes at a time. But we're going to be able to watch and see, okay, all these other areas that may or may not have been at the same saturation rate as us. How is that going back? Are they turning around and having to backpedal because being in close contact and, even at half your population in a classroom is still, even for 5 hours is still much longer exposure. But we're definitely, even just locally, we're going to be able to see, those areas that were not heavy hitting areas, and guess what's happening. So we're going to be able to kind of, I think, proceed a little more safely than some of our peers because of that. We'll be able to watch and kind of learn from others' mistakes.
Thank you for that feedback and allowing us to share that, and we will go back and look at all the data tomorrow, and we will create a communication plan for families and staff that with the projected date.
I have one more comment. you said that, each school site, had their task force, and all of us as the board, and it was shared, publicly. I know that each of your school sites have gone through and that they have really tried to do their best to make the school sites safe for the staff and the children. So when we do go back, the protocols are going to be in place as best as you can. We've spent the money on the masks, you've spent the money on the hand sanitizers, you're going to have hand washing signs, you're going to have directions going in each of these places, in the hallways, and lunches at different times in different places. These things are going to be in place to make it as safe as you can. Are we probably going to have a case? Yeah, we probably are going to have a case because it's a virus. It's just like having the flu. I'm like, a virus is going to happen, but are we going to put the things in place that need to be there? Yeah, we're going to work with our county, and that's why I think that it's important that, like I said, that we set our date, because you've already worked through these things. You have been, putting these things in place that will make it safe, as you can. You can't protect everything, to have our children back in our schools, and I know that you guys have been working 24/7. For months now, trying to get everything in place, and and I hope that our staff isn't so worried about this, because you have been listening to their input, and I hope our parents aren't scared about it either, because you've been listening to everything, and you have everyone from both ends of the spectrum that you're having to deal with, and when you have people on both ends, you have to meet in the middle. You can't do everything that the right wants, you can't do everything that the left wants. You can only be in the middle and do what's best and what you can, and I'm going to commend you for what you have been doing, and getting prepared. But I'm just going to repeat, I do want a date, as a parent, and my child, I think, wants a date also, so that that they're prepared, for, okay, I'm going to keep doing this learning distance learning online too. So it
Thank you
helps.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Smith, for your comments. We did have a leadership meeting, and I'll wrap it up with this on this section. We did have a leadership meeting today with our principals, and I set a date by next week, that next week, sometime during that week, they needed to have a staff meeting to make sure that every one of their staff members understands what we have done and what is in place, because I did go through, and I haven't read every teacher response back that was the no, but there were concerns about statements such as, I have no idea what it looks like when I return back. I have no idea what PPE is in place. Now, whether that has been shared or not been shared, I don't know that. But every staff member did receive the handbook. It's been posted. It was those types of things. But I think it's still because you can't see it yourself, and that's hard. So we created, working on a PowerPoint to give to principals by the end of the day tomorrow, that they will share with all their staff members. Dr. Lafitte has talked to me about doing this as well, and it's, we will do this. We're still waiting for a couple more things to happen at sites. He's been out and done the safety walks, he and Joanna, the risk manager. I've joined them in a couple of them to make sure the things that we said were going to be in place are in place. And so he finishes those. Did you finish them today or one more? He finished those today. He's given written feedback to principals with what needs to be done. So the next step he had approached me about was perhaps now we need to go back. Of course, we'll go back to make sure there aren't any more questions, but do some virtual tours of some of our schools so that we can post, so that our teachers and our parents and our students can see what to expect, when they do arrive. So those things are in place. So that's the next piece of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our action items. Item 7A, 2020-2021 capital plan.
Yes. At this time, I will turn that over to Mr. Berrigan.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Sagata Jones, Action 7A, which is the 2020-2021 capital plan, is something that we do every year. This year was due September 1st, and as you well know, we canceled the last meeting that we had scheduled. But what's a little bit different from this capital plan than what you're used to seeing, or what I've presented differently this go around, and if you wouldn't mind just turning to that section 7A in that in your packets. And if you turn to what is page 2 on the bottom right corner, or the last page of your packet, you're going to see, based on some conversation we had with the School Facilities Board about a year ago or so now, with the replacement of existing buildings. So in this document, we've asked that they replace 5 of our schools. And so that's probably different than you've seen historically, or at least anything that I've presented to you related to the capital plan. And again, that was based on conversations we had with the School Facilities Board staff about a year ago or so. Now, this is in addition to some of the formal requests that we've made through legal counsel of the replacement of our school facilities, conversations we've had with staff. So just in a more formal in this report, so just please know that that's probably one of the biggest changes in this report than in prior years, is that specifically we've asked for the replacement. And you'll see it's under new construction project request. So I just wanted to point that out just for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Berrigan. So it is recommended the governing board approve the capital plan for the fiscal year 2021 as presented.
So in the past, the capital plans used to have like dollar amounts. Is that just something that we don't have anymore in these reports?
Madam President, members of the board, the capital plan itself has not had dollar amounts. There are other reports within the School Facilities Board reporting that has expense reports based on what the district has spent, but those don't require governing board approval. The only document that requires governing board approval is the capital plan. This is something that we've submitted to the governing board at least the entire time that I've been here consistently, only the capital plan. I don't believe that anywhere on the capital plan does it provide dollar figures, unless I believe you're a growing district, and obviously we're not a growing district. So maybe perhaps that's what you might recall, but there are other reports that are financial reporting that Mr. Gilliam and his team do on an annual basis in addition to this report.
And that's the report that we see. We see it annually, don't we? You bring it to us for attention to show us some of the needs. I know you bring something to us.
Madam President, members of the board, I don't believe there's an SFB report. Perhaps what you might be thinking about is on an annual basis in October, we provide the annual financial report, and we really kind of break down various data, various analysis on what we spent, whether it's M&O, capital, bond, School Facilities Board revenues that we've received because of the building renewal grant. That's the only thing that I can think of that we present on a consistent basis, and that's typically in October.
Is there any other discussion or questions?
No. I'll move to approve the 2021 capital plan.
Second.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Bartels?
Aye.
Mrs. Wilson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. We are moving on to item 7B.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, it is recommended the governing board approve the first reading of revised policies ACA sexual harassment, ACAA Title IX sexual harassment, new GCOE retirement of professional staff members, GDQC retirement of support staff members, IHA basic instructional program, and KB parental involvement in education as presented.
Is there any question or discussion? Do we have a motion to approve item 7B?
I'll move to approve the first reading of the revised policies as stated.
I will second.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith, how do you vote?
Hold on, I'm looking to see if I wrote notes on here. I actually did have a question before we vote, so can I go back and ask this?
Yes.
This was under, which one is this? This is under KB, and it's under parental involvement in education. And there's a section in here that says optional language. So it's after it says like section 15102 and then 15110, and I think, this is something that, I believe when I was reading it, it's like, we decide if we want this optional language in there or if we don't want this, and we haven't discussed it, so I would.
So when it says optional, the following outline items setting out of the manner in which parents may be aware of the district's parent involvement policy are optional in whole or in part as determined by the local board. And all of that's listed underneath, if I'm reading this correctly, under that, there is nothing new in there.
So why does it say, why is it in blue and why does it say optional language?
Some of the policies we brought back for review before, they put optional language in there whether you chose to do that or not. Left it up to local control.
Could it possibly be that the items are blue, take you to a link with a specific language to that?
Well, I think the items above that are the new. I think what's below the line is below the district plan under this policy may include, and you can determine whether you want that or not in there.
So then wouldn't that be something we would already have
Approved.
done so that the policy would get approved in the style or the format that we want it?
Is it going to change anything?
So what's currently, the only thing they added new to the policy was 19, A through I. So in our past policies, we had the optional language. It's a matter of whether you want to leave it in there or not.
So this is just our first reading, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
So we can bring that back.
Yeah, can we just bring it?
Absolutely.
Okay, then I'll vote aye.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Bartels?
Aye.
Mrs. Wilson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Item 7C.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, is recommended the governing board select from its membership a representative and an alternate to serve as a delegate of the Arizona School Boards Association Delegate Assembly, at which the ASB political agenda is decided, at the annual business meeting at which ASBA officers are elected, and at the county meeting at which the county directors is elected. I know last time that we, I believe, Board Member Bartels and the alternate was Board Member Martinez. But since the change has been that for each of the items, you can have the one person, the delegate, vote on them, or you can have a different person vote on the different options.
Well, in this one, it was more critical, especially with regard to the county meeting, because prior to everything being done virtually, the way they handled each district got one vote. So whether it was one person from that district or two or more, then you had a discussion, you submitted the one vote. And since it's all virtual and it's also free to register, like I registered, didn't cost anything, but I don't know if anybody else from our district did. So it would put us in a situation of, not knowing who it was that was going to vote, so.
Do we have, Ms. Powell, anybody else? We wouldn't get notification, that would we?
Because I voted directly myself. I didn't have to go through the district to do it. That's why I wanted specifically to bring that one up, because I don't know if anybody else is going to go.
Well, I'm fine with Ms. Bartels being the delegate for everything.
I volunteer here as well.
All right, so we don't need to change our last vote then.
No.
So is there any action that needs to be taken?
There's three different.
Different things, so.
You can go to all
I'll
of
make a
them.
motion that I'm the delegate and,
For all three.
okay.
All three?
Second.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, and Mr. Martinez.
And Mr.
Is
Martinez.
Wait.
You're the alternate.
He's the alternate.
You better not get sick.
I don't plan on it.
So do you want to clarify that motion then?
Then I making the motion that I will be the voting delegate and Mr. Martinez will be my alternate for all three voting events.
Thank you. And we have a second
Second.
still? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Smith, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Bartels?
Aye.
Mrs. Wilson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. We are on item 7D.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, it is recommended the governing board provide its delegate with direction and voting at the Arizona School Boards Association Delegate Assembly on October 17th, 2020, and those are behind you.
I actually have a suggestion that, for Ms. Bartels, as she's going to go to the, be our delegate. And I know that Ms. Pimentel was on the legislative committee before, and I don't even know if Ms. Bartels can do this, but I find it very repetitive when I've gone as a delegate to rehash things that have already been voted on year after year. And I don't know if she could just make some sort of a motion that if I don't know if it's parliamentary, or if she can find out if she could go in there and say, if we've already voted on these items, then
Group them.
just give us the new things, instead of, or just somehow change the process, because this delegate assembly, when they bring everything up there, is hours, and half the fight is just over and or shall or we or can, or and it's just about as annoying as it gets, and it's really, I don't think it's necessary. And so I don't know, if that's something that she could put forward as like a suggestion, as our delegate. And then the other thing was, and I know that you've done this, is that there are actually some items that have been put forward here. So we had, ASBA was, asked us to say, which districts, want these priorities. Well, there are some of these priorities that are in here that no district voted on as that's what they want as a priority. And, I think, that maybe, and it's not shared with anyone else except those that are on the legislative committee, that no one endorsed it. And so if no one's endorsing it, to me, that's not really a priority at this time. And so I don't know if they're, I can, tell her, there were like 3 of them that was in this process, that, and I can, tell her at another time, say, and she should bring it up, if this isn't a priority. I mean, they're not bad, by any means, but I think, if we want, ASBA to work for us, then we need them to be a little bit more focused instead of let's just keep it because it's been on there in the past, so there's kind of, let's keep it on and let's.
Or maybe at least speak up, ask if that's, because I know that they had several years back changed things, so like here was your immediate, like, we got to work on this, try to get it done this year type of thing, and then here's like kind of your 2 years out, and then here's like your 5 years. So if it is a case of those repetitive things are still on there because they have not made headway yet,
Well, let me just.
then it would be, it's like, okay, list this as like a summary of these are still things that are on our radar. We've not forgotten about them, but that, I think ASBA needs to like share that out.
I do. So I'll just share, since I was on the committee this year, this is why I learned this stuff. And so like number 13, I don't remember which group, but it's probably under funding. It says prorate funding over the entire school year among all public schools, that a student has attended during the year. No district endorsed that,
And I remember voting, that was on the assembly last year.
Right. And so, like I said, so that's one of them that they didn't, and another, like I said, they're not bad, but, who's doing, then there's which section is this? So improve outcomes for all students, number 6. And then there was no district, in our state that said defend against efforts to chill the free speech or rights, of school employees. So that would be one that I'd be like, I would want, Ms. Bartels to go to this delegate and say, I don't believe that any district endorsed this. Why, do we need this at this time, or, come up with a process? Those are my suggestions on this delegate assembly.
And I can also reach out, having served on the governance committee, and see if I can get some information on that ahead of time as
Right.
well.
Because, I don't know if you remember looking at their big forms, like this is everything. I'm like, there's an awful lot of things. And, I'm thinking that maybe as the governance, you go back to them and say, maybe we need to streamline this a little bit more.
So we do have a governing board meeting on October 8th, so perhaps you could look at these, and then when we come back, then you could give guidance at that time, if you don't have guidance tonight.
Well, I know I've never seen, nothing has stood out to me that would make me not support anything that's in this list. So, right now, this is everybody else's opportunity. If you've looked through the list and you see anything that just screams at you like, no, this is not right, that's when you let me know.
It seems like a lot of it is just rehashed.
Yeah.
For maybe, like the whole, was it the freedom of speech for employees? That's got to be like a red for ed
That was
day.
right after Red for Ed.
And I don't see anything wrong. And there isn't anything in there that I would just outright object to. It just seems like I don't know, a rubber stamp type of thing. I'm sure it's fun for somebody. That somebody is not me, though.
Well,
That somebody is you.
You'd think they could just group everything that they've already voted on and just put that in one big,
And
say,
ASBA needs a
as a
consent
summary.
agenda.
Yeah.
Just, yes, all these sound good.
As Mrs. Smith says, the process of sitting on the legislative committee is interesting
that's why
and
we always
harrowing.
vote for Brenda to go.
Well, it's
Well,
legislative.
no, that's it. I haven't done that part.
Yeah, legislative is before the delegate assembly. Then the delegate assembly becomes more annoying than.
Because the legislative committee has already narrowed down the field. So the bickering and hashing is usually based on what number placement
Right.
an item is and how that, it should be higher because it's more important. It's like, no, it's just there to make sure we don't miss it. So.
I think I would like to, if we could just bring this back on our next agenda. And I think I would like it if actually Mr. Bergen looked at the financial thing, because we had suggested something, and right now off the top of my head, I can't remember if it was like on the secondary tax thing or something, but something's changed on one of the priorities that our district had put on there for funding. If we could, discuss that, and that may be like some direction that we may want to give Ms. Bartels when she goes there.
Madam President, members of the board, we'll put in the board update. We do have those recommendations already.
Okay. So we are not going to take a vote at this time? Am I understanding that?
Yeah, let's just bring it back, and then we can look at the recommendations that they had put in again, and just remind ourselves of what we wanted and see if it's
And
actually.
then that way, then we can give formal direction.
Okay. So at this time, we will not take a vote on item 7D. We'll bring it back for October 8th. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next item, 7E.
It is recommended the governing board approve the revision of the 2021 certified extra duty pay, extracurricular activities, supplemental assignments, and new hire placement schedule as presented. Ms. Valadez. On what you see on the pay schedules are simply the red are the ones that are either added or deleted, and it has been updated because as we continue to look at programs, or if we just left it off by mistake, we've just added those on there. So those are the changes.
Are there any questions or discussion?
I think
I have a, oh, sorry.
well, I might have actually getting ready to address what you were going to.
Yeah, I have a, on the K, where I think it's on the second page there. Again, and I know I've brought this up before with the $600 payment to cheer, choir, and chess. Are there any requirements attached to those? So for instance, I know that, is that $600 a year? Or for the entire?
Dr.
So-
Peterson?
So in choir, so I guess what I'm trying to say is, are there any schools that require the choir teacher or choir director to have a certain amount of performances? Like, do they have to have one in the fall and then one in the spring? And I know maybe the district doesn't have that, but are there any schools that require that?
Madam President, members of the board, yeah, the schools have done that. What we've found while we've been researching all of this, which is, like I mentioned before in the last time we talked about this has actually been a really good process for us because it's helped us start to go back into history to find out what the intents were in some of these. And there is some documentation that was district-wide that did provide specific requirements that if you were to get $600 for extra duty pay for choir, that would mean you'd have to do one fall performance, one spring performance, or what have you. And once we are back to making sure we can meet for committee work and things like that, that this is definitely some of the things that we need to hash out again so that we can be all on the same page across the district. Because since that time, it's a little sporadic across the district about what those requirements are, and we want to become more equalized across the district for the same amount of pay.
Yeah, because I was just going to say that if you're going to have a choir teacher or choir director have two performances, that means they have to have choir for the entire year. $600 really does not cover it. When you've got cheer that probably lasts a few months, a couple of months, I don't know if they do it all year. I know chess doesn't. Chess has it for, maybe half a year. So maybe, take a look at it that way, that if they are going to hold something like that for the entire year, that they get paid a little bit more. Like maybe,
Yes, we definitely will do that.
And that was going to touch on what I was going to bring up. I know COVID threw a lot of stuff out of the way because the last time we saw this, that was one of the concerns. Are things equal as far as the workload? Because a coach over here may be actually doing a whole bunch more and getting 200, and this one over here has got it a lot easier, but getting 600. So that was one thing I was curious if we're at that point yet to bring committee work back for that.
I think we're getting closer and closer to being able to do that because, and like you just mentioned, you used the word coach. So as soon as we put athletics into the mix, the rebalancing of all that takes on even another level or another layer because you do have coaches for a sport, a season.
Right.
Listen to me use these words. A season, and we do that for a season, which is usually $600 for a season. But that might mean I was going to say the word rehearsing, practicing. I am practicing every single night of the week.
Right.
With my team, and then I have 2 games a week on top of that.
Right.
Which might be different than maybe chess club. It could be the same.
Or even prepping for like track meet, because
Right.
It's like
Right.
sometimes that's just a very short window of time of getting kids. Okay, what are you going to do? And kind of.
So I think, like we've said last time, I think we are getting to that point because it is time for us because it's so not equalized now because of practice over time that it's hit a point now that we need to equalize it again.
Any further questions or discussion? Do we have a motion to accept item 7E? or to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the revision of the 2021 certified extra duty pay, extracurricular activities, supplemental assignments, and new hire placement schedule as presented.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith, how do you vote?
I'm going to vote aye, but I'm going to explain my vote. The last time that came before us, I did vote no. I realize that we need to have this, and I do still want this to come back and get normalized, just like what you were discussing.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Bartels?
Aye.
Mrs. Wilson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. We are now on item 7F.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, it is recommended the governing board approve the hiring of Ms. Adriana Alvarado Parsons as the Director of Communications, salary and benefits commensurate with other directors.
It's too bad we can't meet her.
Adriana, if you're out there,
Aye.
I know you are, and we're excited, and we don't normally have board meetings this late, so thank you for staying up.
I'm sure she's up.
Please don't change your mind.
At least there's nothing contentious.
Do we have any other questions or discussion?
I'll make a motion to hire Miss Adriana Alvarado Parsons as Director of Communications.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Bartels?
Aye.
Mrs. Wilson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You may now go to bed.
We are now on item 8, future meetings and events.
Yes, on September 24th, special meeting, we will need to have the executive session because we had 2 this evening scheduled, but the attorneys could not be here, legal counsel could not be here for the second one, so we need to put that one on there. And then I anticipate we'll have some additional agenda items as well. That would be what I recommend at this time.
And then we're going to add on the political agenda to
Yes.
October 8th.
What about feedback from the virtual law conference?
Oh, yes, and the feedback from the virtual law conference.
On the 8th?
Well, it is, if we can do it sooner, if we can put that in, because, you forget what you listened to. I mean, this situation, we're literally going to forget what we listened to.
You mean move the board meeting? What are we asking? I'm sorry.
If it can be on the 24th, that would be, better for memory, but.
Oh, no, we'll put it on the 24th. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Does anybody else have any requests?
I do. At some point, I'd like to talk about getting public comments and having in-person people here. So can we get that as a discussion item?
Yes.
And then she had law conference, and then just again what I had asked for to Mr. Bergeron. I want to like a cash report of like our revenues at some point. It doesn't have, so I don't care if it comes. It probably should just come in a public meeting instead of. But that would include things, like our food service, where we may have lost money from, like not having rentals, just those type of things. Any of our revenues that we may need to be aware of.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything else to add?
I do have a request that when we have these benchmark updates, the back-to-school updates, if we can move those to the beginning of the reports and informational items for those people that are not here or watching online. That way they don't have to wait. We had a lot of discussion items before that, so to respect their time.
Absolutely.
Just kind of get that out of the way.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we are going to item 9, summary of current events. Mrs. Sagata-Jones.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, I will be quick. So committee updates, Traffic Advisory Committee, I sit on that, and we've been meeting virtually. We're going to relaunch the distracted drivers video that was created by Jim Cummings last year, so the city wants to use it again, so we're happy to do that. I sit on the Digital Divide Committee with Glendale Community College and other stakeholders of the city, as well as other school districts, and we're working with Cox to help see what they can do and help supporting with our hotspots. We did distribute, principals are giving us the data of how many hotspots that we allocated. We had over 3,000, and they're sharing their data with us of how many they were able to get and reach to our families. AD Social Emotional Program, Andrea Ariano sat on that committee, and then so we're proud of her in that work, and we do have a potential visit by Superintendent Hoffman wants to come out and see what we're doing for cells. That's going on. Partnerships, Kiwanis and State Farms donated the headphones. St. Mary's Food Bank we talked about earlier. Glendale Strong Face, they donated over 1,000 face coverings for us. And the City of Glendale and Verizon, as Dr. Peterson said early, did their proclamation by Mayor Wires on the partnership between Verizon and schools. So we're proud of that. At this time, we have a recognition for Food and Nutrition Department Shannon Gleave. It reads, on behalf of the Board of Directors of the School Nutrition Association, I'd like to thank the Glendale Elementary School District for its support at large Director Shannon Gleave and her volunteer leadership role for our organization. Associations such as SNA depend on the knowledge and the commitment of volunteers to help the organization achieve its strategic goals and ensure every student has access to nutritious meals at school, ensuring their optimal health and well-being. SNA is fortunate to have someone as talented and hardworking as Shannon serving as a national volunteer leader. Our heartfelt thanks to her and Glendale Elementary School District for her continued service to SNA and our members. So congratulations, Shannon. We are extremely proud of you and what you've been able to do for us all the time, but especially during this pandemic. In addition to that, at this time, the Association of School Business Officials International presents to Glendale Elementary School District for its comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019. Mr. Berrigan and your staff, we're happy to present you with this plaque. Thank you. And we do not ever get tired of you winning. And then just one update. We're trying to get back to normality and things, but we will get into the just because things. But just so you know, if you followed me on Twitter, that when we were visiting sites one day, notice brought to our attention, we saw a GSD license plate, and it was from one of our teachers. So we snapped a picture of it with her permission, and she didn't know what we were doing with it. And so we snapped a picture of it. It's Michelle Katzenberg over at Landmark, 6th grade teacher, and then she does some of her on distance learning on site. She comes into her room. So we had some little treats made for her that had the license plate. So thank you. She definitely is committed GSD, so we wanted to recognize her. And then upcoming events, Vote for Glendale's Best. And then also Dr. Lafitte will be presenting Friday at the Law Conference. He was asked by Jennifer McClellan to help her do the presentation on rethinking student resource officers and school security. And just one more update is the National Guard reached out to us last week, and we met with them on Tuesday, and they offered any service that they could help us with in preparing for reopening of schools. So a couple things exciting. We have the plexiglass to go on our front offices, and so we couldn't ever get that, but we bought panels instead, and then we discovered they might be a safety hazard on tight areas. So National Guard is going to come in with their engineers and help us do that. In addition, we met with 2 lieutenants and a colonel, one lieutenant and a nurse, the other colonel was a surgeon, I believe, and they are going to work with Dr. Lafitte and provide training in PPE for our nurses as well. And then they also are going to help sort PPE, and they're also going to help us sort supplies that have been donated. So we are so grateful for that phone call and for their partnership. So that concludes my report.
Amazing. Thank you. Mrs. Smith.
Thank you all for staying so late with us. We really appreciate that and hope you don't come in early tomorrow. And actually, it was pretty exciting to hear about the National Guard approaching you. That's great. And congratulations to Ms. Cleve and Mr. Berrigan for all their hard work. And thank you again to all our teachers for hanging in there. And that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
I just want to take a moment to reassure the parents that we do have the best intentions in mind of getting the kids back to school, but doing it when it's safe. As I said earlier, I know distance learning is hard. I had 2 kids that started off with Geo. I ended up switching my youngest one over to distance learning because he was really struggling. And so I feel your pain. I feel the pain, and it'd be much easier to be able to send my kid to school and here, just put stuff in his head that will stay for a while, and I'd be happy with that. And now I have to be much more involved, and it's tough, especially when you still got to go to work and you still got your own responsibilities to do. So you're kind of wearing a lot of hats. So thank you to all the parents we're all in this together. We all have the challenges. Just keep at it. There's light at the end of the tunnel. The stats are getting better. We have goals, and we're going to get back to school, but when we're ready to get back to school.
Thank you. Mrs. Bartels?
Just like everybody did, between COVID and the wildfires, we don't know who's been impacted by just how much, and this year's just dishing out a lot to a lot of people. So just kind of walk around with that, a little bit of compassion for everybody that you come in contact with.
Thank you. Mrs. Wilson?
Just being respectful of time, I will just say ditto for everything, and everybody have a good night.
Thank you. In addition to what everyone else said, there was just one note that I had, and it was, if you need help, please take advantage of everything that this district is offering to family, parents, students, and staff. And with that, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is passed. I am tired. Have a great evening. Everyone be safe.